Yo, what is up? We are, I think, about in like either mid to beginning of part three, where I'm struggling to relearn ZBrush. But it's getting there. At least we're actually sculpting. That's the important part. There's like a lot of technical steps that can be roadblocks or stoppers. So you never get to actually do the thing, but we're actually doing the thing. So this is good. This is good. Did some bad sculpting that ended up turning into like okay sculpting, and that's kind of to be expected. Oh, this is my next life. Gonna be doing some programming before that, but suits is next, which is kind of weird because it's probably a bad idea because if MetaHuman creator was going to add clothing next, I would think a suit's pretty high on the list, but it may not be, and I need them. That's what we're going to next. Should be easier than armor. Less belt buckles, less pieces. Should be easier. So hopefully this is kind of like the challenging step. And then choose something simpler. Art station. Oh, it's very ZBrushy. Yeah. Oh, actually, hey, this is like exactly what I did yesterday. Pretty much the same thing. It's like it's on this one. It's kind of like his wrists. Basically a cylinder with some stripes down it. Mine went in. These ones are coming out instead. And I put stitches on it. And then theirs look a little better. They're a little wefty. Actually, this is very similar. I mean, this is like much better. They have like microfiber and stuff like that, but like, you know, the big sculpts are nice, but they're still just like, you know, big Z fold. And yeah, probably in the low poly they went a little bit harder. But this is great. This is nice too, and this is actually a nice reference too. Like it looks like it would be simulated at a Marvelous, but I could almost, but nah, they're not. Like especially this twist, like you know, like these are big hand sculpts. Yeah, these ones are good down here. We're not doing actually. When the thing is like if you sculpt these big structural folds, because they're not UV'd from Marvelous, it's a little hard to then reproject onto them, and then UVing them becomes sort of a question. So I actually wonder. I'm realizing for like really baggy, basically the baggier the clothes and more like free flowing, like a dress or like really really super folded on itself clothing, there is a lot of value in the Marvelous Designer approach because you can project back these textures all the way through it, even if they're folded on top of each other. Whereas in ZBrush, it's pretty difficult to pull this stitch all the way through, depending on how it folds. Or for instance, if a stripe needed to come through here, it's like, you're not going back under each fold. Where in Marvelous, you could do it basically from the UV. It would be interesting. But this is a nice sculpt. I still think, that being said, that like for game meshes, you just have immediate control over it. There's less guessing in ZBrush to do this stuff, and like if you want to fold, it's not about like changing the material property and like tugging on it and like hopefully you get a fold. It's like, no, you just put a fold in, which is what happens for most Marvelous Designer characters anyway, from what I've seen. It's like you get a base garment, you might get some like big folds. Like I made a hood, you know, that was like a little bit easier this way, but in the end they come out kind of like generic, and then you have to come and do this anyway. Maybe go for a vest instead of a suit. A vest is pretty easy. I don't think there's going to be an issue. I already made a quick vest. I just didn't have the right topology to rig it properly, and so that's kind of why I've like evolved into this workflow at this point. But, you know, different garments are going to require different things, and I don't know. We'll kind of see how it goes, but right now I'm definitely on like the start in Maya, quad draw the base topology perfectly, make it subdivision surfaces, you know, figure out big proportions there, bring it into ZBrush, sculpt the kind of like more nuanced proportions, and then just sculpt this in there. And there's definitely a skill full required before like it looks like it. You know, the Marvelous Designer doesn't really have. You don't have to be like good at Marvelous Designer to have the folds. You just have to like tug them up, pin them, and then just simulate a ton. Whereas this is very much like traditional painting or drawing. You have to be able to look at something in real life and be like, what does that mean? You know, and how do you interpret it? So it's a little harder. He took a screenshot of his ZBrush. This is how he got it there while he was saving. It's pretty funny to spend this much time on a character and then you present it on ArtStation as a screenshot from your phone. This is dope though. This is like, especially this, like they went in. This is what happens when you get really good at ZBrush. Like you're like, yeah, we're going for the like super detailed. He did a bow. He tied a knot in this. This is the sword holder style with a ring in this. Like there's just like a lot of character art tropes in this, and you know, ZBrush is where you pull it off. And even this too, like you would think it's like a nice simulation and marvelous, but it's basically hand drawn. I mean, he could have started there, but this all just feels like ZBrush. You know, like ZBrush is the place to get good if you want this kind of detail. Like the plating happened here, and I'm gonna hard surface all of it in Maya, just have control out of the gate. This, you know, I would be happy with a finish like this. I think we can get there. I watched Travis's video on like marvelous designing a tie. There's no point. There's absolutely no. You might as well just model it. And it was hard. And you're gonna sculpt the fold into it. And I've been looking at a lot of video games, and they're 100. You just sculpt them, 100% sculpt. The suit too. I was having a lot of trouble. Like, you can get a good suit out of it, but doing like the darts and stuff like that doesn't make sense. It does. It's like too close to reality. Like, there has the limitations of reality when I'm like, no, if I want to make this thinner, I just move the polygons closer. That's it. I don't want to have to simulate it. I just have more control directly touching the polygons. But yeah, 3-piece gangster suit, or just 3-piece suit in general. Definitely on the list. Technically, MetaHumans already have slacks, but I'm going to build the whole thing. And similar kind of dress shoes. Yeah, this is definitely like my next project. It's definitely like a rite of passage for doing character art. Yeah, and all these seams and stuff like that. I mean, I learned a lot doing it in Marvelous, but it's like when you make the seams and you do all the stuff in Marvelous and then you bring it to ZBrush, none of the details there. They baked it into the normal map, so you have to go re-put these seams in anyway. So it's like, why did I even do anything in Marvelous? It might help for like certain steps, but like you have to add this back in. The zippers they don't add. The buttons are topoed crazy. I don't know. It's like a prototyping fashion app, but it really doesn't get you to like anywhere near the final. And maybe that was just my misconception, and like the tool does what it was supposed to do, but I don't know. I'm currently not a fan. This is cool too. This is like an interesting stitch finish. I'm assuming this is like all heavy. Oh no, okay, he's in like everything. Jeez. ZBrush, Painter, Max, and Marvelous. Okay, so maybe he started this garment in Marvelous. Back to ZBrush, base mesh, if he's even base meshing, and Max. Max is really good too. I learned how to use. When I first did character art, it was all 3D Max. Oh, this is really cool. I like these ones. I'm going to make all these outfits. I'm going to be making so much clothing. It's going to be like half game development, half making MetaHuman clothes, and somehow 20% mocap. Somehow that's what I want the balance of this year to be. And I'd like to ship at least 4 updates to the current Cinetracer. And then when Unreal Engine 5 really comes out, then things change up a little bit. And I'm going to generate a ton of MetaHumans and lock them. Ooh, yeah, okay, so he did go game topo. I'm going to lock them at MetaHuman 0.5. And if a new update comes up, oh well, I'm not going to use it. I'll use the new update would be for the next version. Hey, what's up, VR Jersey? What's up, Thomas? The highlight of your day? Oh, man. I know, it's dark times, isn't it? This is cool. I need to get a thought on... I'm interested why he made this asymmetrical. That seems like a mistake, to be honest. Like, this isn't a fold. But I don't know. Yeah, so, like, I've been looking at 2 or 3 different ways of doing hand topology. I'm going to do a study on the MetaHumans maybe tomorrow. Or whenever I get to hand... Okay, this one he actually did the topology in the mesh. And when we're in game mesh phase, we can do triangles. It makes rigging harder around here. Like, you better not do triangles here or here. But, you know, on like big cylinder areas, triangles are fine. And on hands, triangles are kind of inevitable in a certain way, because you need to go from like 8 around to 16 around here. So you have to have them all come together into little triangles. Or you make knuckles. But either way, any way you slice it, you end up kind of triangling the fingers at some point. This is a nice finish though. So I definitely want to make clothes like this. Like this is where my mind is a lot of the day. These shoes too. I got to do the laces, you know. I got to do at least 1 or 2 laced up shoes. You do it with like Z spheres. This is a pretty cool way. I like this. So I want to be able to hit this kind of quality too. Yeah, like so these big chunky stitches. Again, in Marvelous, they don't really come through. It's better just to do it here. That's the brush I made, and it's like it seems super heavy-handed in the sculpt. Like, 'cause I think this looks like, I forget, these are like Z fibers or something. It's like the fiber brush, right? But in like they're really big. But when you retopple them, they don't have this relief depth. They just get plastered into the texture. And I've been playing Witcher, probably like 3 hours of Witcher a day. Witcher 3. It's like so calming compared to other games. I don't know why. But it's a super old game. I think they must have remastered the skins for it. And just the quality of the Witcher 3 skins is so good. And the game is it was $5 on Steam. It's so old. But the skins are so good. And it's just this technique over and over again. Super high poly projected cleverly back into a low poly. And then they'll have like 1 or 2 like stray pieces of actual, like this is just texture, I think. It's a little 3D. I don't know, but it might be texture. That's how good it is. And then they'll have like 1 strap coming off, right? But it's mostly 2D. And then see, like if you look at the sleeves here, he capped it, right? I've been learning this a lot. Is you don't actually do depth into this, you just cap it. So at certain angles, it's like, oh, it's like, you know, it's full, but it's a performant way to approach it versus trying to like hold the thickness inner edge all the way down, which is what I've been doing. Causes issues. So this is like you cap this and you delete the inside of the hand, and I don't know. I've been slowly learning like the production way from watching YouTube videos, looking at other people's work, then playing a ton of Witcher. And for Witcher, I've been learning how they're skinning it too, because it's metal armor, and that's kind of what I'm doing too. Skinning this is a lot easier because it's all cloth. So you're like, hey, you just like start evenly weighting everything. But it's a little bit more complicated when there's like hard surface stuff that kind of shouldn't deform, but like you kind of have to make it deform. So I'm starting here, and then like I really want to wait till Unreal Engine 5 because I don't want to build massive control rigs in 4.27. I'm going to build 2 MetaHuman control rigs in 4.27 to ship with Cinetracer, which is kind of a waste because I really consider it like an intermediate build, but it depends how long between Unreal Engine 5. But the real way is to, I've been talking to Epic Games a little bit about this, is to control rig the armor and control rig the clothing on top of the new Chaos cloth. So there's not much to do on this one, but like on my character, this dude, we would control rig the armor, this piece, and they would have pose-driven animation on them. So we would add extra bones to this. How far am I in The Witcher? Not far. I'm like trying to take my time. I'm just like powering up. I'm in Velen right now. Velen Novigrad. Haven't gone to Skellige. I've never gotten past Skellige in my playthroughs. I always get to Skellige and I get bored. It's like the watery, dark, overcast place. I'm like, this kind of sucks now. But I love the beginning and I love the Novigrad part, so I'm just killing everything. I'm killing every damn mob. I'm doing every single side quest before the main quest, and when I'm in the main quest, I'm like so over leveled. I like one shot the bosses. It's like, I don't know. And I'm just like getting all the armor, and I go to every vendor. I don't play that much Gwent. I was going to. I just hate that game. But I buy all the cards because you need the cards eventually, I heard. Just in viewing the sites. Watch all the cutscenes because I'm going to be making a lot of cutscenes myself soon. Not that the Witcher ones are like too involved. Oh, ZBrush with your Mechanical bull screensaver. Just checking out the armor. I'm just so impressed with how well they did that. Like, every single outfit that they do is just rigged. It's just rigged so nicely, and I don't think they're not doing like fancy adding extra bones and stuff like that. Like Cyberpunk is a completely different execution. The characters, they're more like on like the cinematic side, but the Witcher ones are like these like perfect, like, I don't know what we call it. I think like basic game characters. They're just perfect though. They're so good. Like, I don't even need them to be up more high res. So I'm just kind of enjoying that playthrough. I hope I can beat it. I never end up beating the Witcher. I end up just like quitting after Skellige. And I somewhat suspect once I finish skinning this MetaHuman, my want to keep going with it might end. I don't know. We'll see. I can't play Final Fantasy anymore, that fucking game. It's like, I want to get into it. I'm in Endwalker. I'm in Shadowbringers. I want to get to Endwalker. But it's just kind of boring. It's just fucking boring. Like, I don't know what it is about it. It's just all story. And when you actually do the fights, they're so like trivial still. I guess it's because I'm not in like progressive main content, but it's boring. I like The Witcher. It's more fun to just spam left click and hit things than it is in Endwalker to memorize your like 30 keys and kill these like really trivial bosses for like hours. Not to mention I'd have to play 5 hours a day for the next like month to catch up. So it's like, I don't know. I don't know how people play that game. I think it's super boring. I'd almost go back to WoW for that. I don't like WoW anymore. So I've been scoping this project, and I need to finish it because I need to start developing and shipping MetaHumans. The whole goal is to what's the process to put MetaHumans moving with clothing in an actual Unreal Engine game, actually on Steam or some other platforms possibly in the future. Because that's the full deal for me. Like making YouTube videos with them, making TikToks, all that's just like fun, whatever. Like, we could have done that in Maya. I could do that in Maya. I could do it in Max or Blender, make little animations. That's fine. But the real goal is to ship it in like an actual live video game. So I'm going to be trying to complete the circle. Poorly, but complete the circle, right? The full workflow. So that's what's really, really important, and it always has been for me. And I've yet to do it. I was waiting for 5 for a clean break, but it's taking too long. So now we're going to do some like weird shitty halfway in between 4.27 version of it. Stop. Who puts screensavers in an app? I'm about to add that to Cinetracer. Enjoyable 100%. Oh, have you finished it? I've never finished that game. You like this? Oh, the Skellige armors. Yeah. I'm going to try to get through it. I mean, like, I would like to. I find it calming, and I really need that in my life right now. Especially with like the whole somewhat direction of NFTs in games and like metaverse games, and how like if that really becomes the predominant direction of gaming, I really need a game that's like solitaire and it's not competitive. I was playing Halo Infinite because I was going to make some Master Chief stuff, and I'm like, you know what? The game is great, the campaign's cool, but when it's competitive, so there's like feeling bad moments where like you get destroyed in multiplayer, and I'm like, I don't need that right now. And 2, it's microtransaction based, so they're like, they get the cool skins, and I'm kind of like in like a skins viewing mode with money, which is fine. Like, I bought like more than I should have of like the in-game currency. I was like, I'll buy every single skin that comes out, like whatever, I want to see them. And I was like, okay, that's also like kind of shitty right now. I don't feel like doing that. I don't feel like grinding that ladder. So I like just playing a solo game, man. Just like single player, like chill, constant progression kind of. Oh, I'll fuck this up back here. But yeah, okay. So I'm like somewhat awake here. Oh yeah. I want to wrap this shit up. I have 2 questions about this workflow. This is a workflow test still. I just like The Witcher. It's what gets me through it. If I don't like how it looks, well, I finish it. The real question from the high poly phase, like there's no questions about sculpting it. You sculpt it until it looks good. Okay, whatever. The question is, how do I, in Substance Painter, make sure that I can get a material ID from this to say that you're chainmail, and that this up here is leather? I think that's with vertex colors, but it's in the high, but you do it to the high poly? I forget. I need to test that. It'll be the same thing for the cloth. That's why I specifically did this outfit, is that multiple pieces need to have color IDs, or you have to hand paint them, and I don't want to hand paint a million stitches. So for me to finish this, I have to figure that out. I'm forcing myself to figure it out because I don't know it. Just how I forced myself to get these damn meshes in here, I had to, or otherwise it would sucked. So I think it's vertex colors, but last time I did it, it didn't work, so I need to figure that out. Same thing with this piece. This will come in as one piece, high poly, like 300,000 polygons or something like that. These stitches, which are now in poly groups, actually these are separate objects, but there'll be one high poly FBX. They need to know I need to be able to select the middle in Substance Painter and say chainmail. Select this, say cloth. These stitches, second cloth, these leather. And have them ISO'd at a mask level, which is vertex color masking. And I haven't done that from ZBrush for ever. The last time I did this workflow was for the base assets in Cinetracer, and that was a Cinema 4D to Substance Painter to Unreal Engine workflow. So this is a little different. I just haven't done it. So I am going to not sculpt any of the armor. And I'm also not going to sculpt or detail any of the straps. If you think about it, all the straps I have, if I'm to evenly finish them, that's like possibly 2 days of straps. I'm not gonna do it. I did to a satisfying amount the cloth, learned a lot, can do it better, but that's not really important. It's there, it'll bake. So today all I'm gonna work on is the gloves and the shoes. And if I get those to a satisfying amount, I'm done. Because we're basically able to bake from the subdivision surface level. Not even smoothing. I can just do it in Maya. I just drop a smooth modifier on it, and it's the same thing as this. And I'm not going to sculpt these. There's like very little value in that for me at this point. And all the straps, they're also perfectly sub-D modeled, so we could honestly just go right out of Maya. So I'm mostly here to do the cloth and the gloves, and that's it. I'm not even going to put stitches on the ship. And then if I get this whole thing done, we retopo, figure out the vertex thing, and then skin. Skinning is the next part. So it's vertex colors into Substance Painter. Don't remember how to do it. I haven't done it in a while. And then skinning with NG tools. Those are the hard things. This is all art shit. I shouldn't stay here too long. Once I feel like I have the whole workflow, then it's like, okay, I could like chill and spend like a month on a character, because that's how long they usually take. So, gloves and boots. That's it. We just got to get them looking like not so bad. There's like some issues with them. And then I got to retopo those. Then that's another question. But retopo relates directly to skinning, and we're going to use the new MetaHuman skeleton. So rest in peace, me. That's going to be a bit tricky for here. Okay. Porting 101 mocap motion insert plugins to UE5 branch at the moment. Oof. It's too early to engage with 5 in my opinion. I know you, Ray, Alvaro is in like production with his game in 5. They could just change how shit works though. I guess if you're on main branch, you kind of see how it's coming out, but I'm like, I need to know what I'm going in with. So I'm sticking to 4.7, which is like the complete opposite strategy of what I was doing all last year. But I want to ship, basically. But 5 has all the new stuff. That's why I got seduced over there. But at the same time, it's like, but it's not ready. And I feel like it's going to change. So like I built all these control rigs in 5, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to rebuild them whenever 5 actually comes out. And then the MetaHuman skeleton is going to be different. And I'm like, okay, never mind. We're going to lock. I wish I had locked in the first version, to be honest. If I had taken my time and not rushed into Unreal Engine 5, I could have just locked. This is all retrospect. So like, I'm going to divide these sub gloves up here. Let's go to 150. That's pretty smooth. We're not going to do a ton of detailing to this. But I could have just been like, okay, these are MetaHumans, cool, let's use them. And I didn't realize how the roadmap was going to be. I could have just put him into a 4.26 build of Cinetracer and just generated all of them. Wow. And just locked him. Just locked him down. Lock a set of like 16 MetaHumans down. And then forget that there's even an app. Generate as much as I could and use them. But there's a reason I couldn't have done that. What's up, Trampa? I'm not going to spend my time blocking these bots, I guess. I mean, you can make a new bot instantly. They're not tied to... Anyway, you can... These are infinite. The animation retargeting update is too big of a jump for animation pipelines. I don't know what you mean exactly. But generally that's what I'm feeling is that like there's going to be like pretty seismic updates with 5, like paradigm updates, kind of like how Lumen is a paradigm update. Nanite, should you want to go into that world, it's like if you're going to do that. Oh, I'm using the standard tool, bro. What? Actually kind of worked out. I meant to use the move tool. I'm just saying like the paradigm shifts are too big for me to strategize how I'm approaching producing in it. So I need to kind of like, I'm going back into, I'm in 4.27 and all the things I know about game development are still valid. Every way that I approach it is valid. And it's the Unreal Engine 4 way of doing things, which I've like learned over the last couple of years. 5 takes that and it's like, nah. It's like, that's how we used to do it. But the new way doesn't quite work yet. It's like it kind of works. You can mess with it, but it doesn't work. And I've just been learning that. Oh shit. What? I've just been like learning that over the last like year. As they said, it's like it's preview. It's like they're like specifically like, don't use this in production. I was like, nah. But now I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. You're super right. Okay, so I got lazy on this, and the straps are they're extrusions of the glove. Don't do that. 100%. I was just like rushing. You want to leave the straps as separate objects because now they're not different polygroups. Oh. Okay. Well, they're polygrouped now. So I mean, this means if I assign the vertex colors in ZBrush, which I've seen a workflow for doing that, and I might have to learn it, so rip. But that might be the only way to do this. This is fine, actually. So I added materials to them, and so they're polygrouped. But it's always better to have a logical, real-world, separate object. It makes it more complicated, and that you have more subtools, but you always have more control. Like, say I wanted to move where these were, it's kind of impossible, the way they're modeled. Versus if they're separate objects, you can just move them separately. So this was a bad move. I got lazy, but I'm trying to cut corners to finish. So I'm just kind of up-resing things and taking a peek at them. I did want to do gloves. Oh no, am I not doing symmetry? I guess it doesn't matter at this point. How many? We're at 320. So let's make sure symmetry is on per object because I'm going to kind of forget. Per subtool. Okay. So they're all like this. If you're building a system for custom avatars, I'd rather work with it super early. I see what you're saying. Yeah, but you're like in heavy R&D, right? Like, are you going to try to ship in like 2022? All core animation for humanoid characters will be done with single Scallion 5, I'm telling you. Yeah, I mean, they know. Like, Unreal Engine knows. They're make Fortnite. Like, they know, like, what we need, for retargeting, for dealing with skeleton childs, stuff like that. Like, not making, like, 5 different skeletons with 5 different animation sets. Like, that's not helpful. Unless one's like a druid, I mean like a dwarf, and then there's like a super tall one. It's like those are gonna have probably different animations. So they know, and like Jeremiah and animation team, like they know what's going on. It's just not ready yet. And when will it? And if it doesn't, where does that leave you or me? So I just need to kind of like, I'm like, I have faith, I'll use it. I'll be like one of your biggest like public users of that stuff. But yeah, it's not here yet. And I want to put it out. I'm going to try to ship like by February, something. We'll see. So I am going to slow this resolution down a bit. actually use the move tool this time, not the standard brush. The standard would still be okay here. And just start to kind of like pull this thing away. So I forget how I finished this object. Let me look. Okay, so is it hulled? I can't tell. What's going on? Is this has a bit of thickness, but no, oh, I see. It's weird. If my job was 100% art, I would even like probably retopo this again, but I just want to get this into like an okay place. And you know, in the final retopo, which I hope to get to like tomorrow, hopefully something like that maybe, or is it the beginning of the retopo? Like all of this, I want to go one subdivision more, and all of this is going to get put into one mesh. So, you know, I'm kind of like, it's not going to be a perfect high poly, but I'm going to kind of like, you know, just like fudge over it in the low poly, and it just bakes into it. But these little moves like this, even in like medium poly where we're at now, are just so nice in ZBrush. Like just to move those out in Maya, it's kind of hard. Versus like even this, I remember seeing this, and I was like, yeah, you know where we're gonna do that? Like right here. Just like little by little. Oh no, I stuck. God, I hope symmetry's on. I guess I could just delete the other one. But you only have so many steps you can do a day, and if you use them on things that are pointless, it's a waste, you know. So now these are like more fitted right to the hands. We've subdivided them. They don't have the thickness. I might sculpt them in there, but I'm gonna do some like real quick sculpting over these. So that's pulling them out. And so next thing is kind of just like the general shape of the hand, right? So we're gonna have to tweak this again, but I wanted to pull this out first. Glove lower. Now, I am not sculpting this stuff is not hard. It's it's a cylinder, right? It's a cylinder, and the proportions are mostly dictated by the MetaHuman that we extracted or quadra from. Hands and shoes are a little different. Like hands and shoes really are their own island. Like they're their own complete universe, its own complete universe. Like the general form is there, but there's a lot happening, and there's a lot of creative decision on many fronts on the fingers. And I am not a character artist. Like I don't like, I've tried, I'm not like going to generate a character from the scratch. You know what I mean? Like modeling this hand from scratch, I'm not really going to do that. Not interested in it. And so these gloves represent a little bit too much work for me on that front. But so just generally, however, when I look at this character, I'm like, the fingers feel thin, but it's pretty easy to make them look like space gloves, but they're leather gloves. And they are extracted, and they're a little bit more than the base MetaHuman fingers, but you got to do a lot of sculpting on these things to make them look good. So I'm going to spend like a little bit, but not as much time as I probably should do it. So let's say Witcher gloves. I'm just going to come up with a strategy and then execute real quickly on these things. I think they're a little thin, but that's okay. I don't think I'm going to reshape them just yet. I need a close-up of leather gloves, just so I can get an idea on how I want to start sculpting them. They just need to look like shiny leather. These are all so unhelpful. It's probably should just look for like Witcher. I guess I can kind of look at my dude. I forgot about this guy. I guess these are okay. Yeah. So, construction seam down the middle of the fingers. Not that important, but that's where it is. It's also how we're going to UV them eventually. You just cut it right down the finger seam, and you get two stretched out weird looking finger UVs. And I'd say generally they're just a little bit. So we'll do it on a layer, but we'll go for a bit of a kind of like a compression fold here, even though they're fully extended. A little bit of a drape. Like if we think that these are a little bit stiffer, that maybe like they're stiff here and anchored, and they drape between them a little bit. We'll do it on a layer so we can like beat it down. And if we look at like the intensity of the normal, it's pretty subtle, but it has to be undulated a little bit, or else they look like rubber gloves. So it's very much picking the right subdivision, picking the right size of standard brush, and then doing that on a layer, and then picking how deep you execute all of that. And then these ones, it might be just because this is shinier. It seems like the specular on this is like much brighter than on these ones. These are pretty dull, like barely exists actually. The wrinkles show up a lot more, and so they may be like a little bit more intense on like this leather part. And I screwed myself by putting them on the same one, but I'm not even going to sculpt these. I'm going to sculpt the hand and then this part. That's it. And then this part's just going to be pretty generic. No sculpting on this either too. It's like it's just generic leather, like flat leather. This hand feels like it lacks volume to me. Like I want to make it like bigger, like up here, but I don't want to get too far away from the MetaHuman hand size. Because I'm gonna try to use copy skin weights, because Lord help me if I have to manually skin this this hand, I might not be able to do it. And if this just fails, I'm gonna take off this entire glove and we just use the MetaHuman hand under it, which means I'd have to kind of like finish this or whatever, but we'll see. The goal of this is to start engaging with MetaHuman skeleton 0.5, and this is how you engage with it, is you attempt to actually sculpt your own hand. So let's see. This got malformed here. I'm going to, in low poly mode, add a little bit of, it's this axis here actually. It's across the elbow axis here. This opens up like that a little bit. So I'm going to do that a tiny bit, and then I'm going to try to sculpt some leather. Okay, I forgot how high poly this is. Yeah, so this is a little too high poly in this phase, so I had a hard time shaping it. Is my excuse. So I'm just going to pull from here. Symmetry on, hopefully. Kind of open it up a little bit, but I don't want to get too far from the MetaHuman scale. Up here doesn't matter, but down here it does. It feels thin, but I'm just going to leave it. It's kind of what MetaHuman is. It's like the MetaHuman hand. So just pulling that a little bit, because it's kind of, this is the silhouette. It's like, and then comes in, then goes out. Needs a little bit of work, but it generally has that call, and it will show up in the silhouette when I do mocap with it. Like there's certain hand sword poses where like you want this. It's like the same way that Batman has like spikes here. It's like that I don't know, like elbow profile or whatever. You do want that in the concept. Okay, so I'm gonna just divide up now. What do we get to? 250. That's probably enough. And I'll back out again to 14,000. Yeah, I think around 60,000. It's okay at this point. Let me get my standard. These are like the big structural folds. Like these are like the Marvelous Designer folds, like that would be coming in. Lazy Mouse. I think it was around 8 to 10 is pretty good for this. This feels a little large. And I generally draw I was watching my thing yesterday, watching it back. I draw my folds too big to begin with. And I draw too hard. So that's like a beginner's ZBrush thing to do that. So I think the best looking one is going to go with this fold. So you're kind of just like reinforcing like here. See, it's going to sculpt these all up. So I don't know how this is going to work out, but I think reinforcing this makes sense this way to start. Like that's the main fold to reinforce. And then there's kind of like, I wouldn't do an X. It could probably branch is fine too. Maybe branch here. Like this. See, this is too big, but I'm trying to do like big structural folds. This needs to get softened. I'm not on a layer. I'll do the micro sculpts, like the little sculpts on a layer. This one I'll just undo if it turns out poorly. And then I feel like I need to get smaller. And then you go smaller and then you taper off is the best way. And then to stay light, this is all a little too bulgy already. And then I can go alternate, push it back down on this side and a little bit on this side. You go even smaller on the brush. I can't be bothered with Wacom. The Wacom shortcuts are like the physical buttons. They're just too hard to use. I just use like my real keyboard. But I'm a left-handed sculptor, and that makes things tricky. Yeah, I don't super love how this is going, but whatever, this is the practice. So by pushing it down, this little one that we've pulled up starts to happen a little bit more. And then overall, I just want to kind of like beat it back down. These are just like kind of like a little bit of a breakup in the normal is all I want. It's not so much that I want to even capture that in the low poly, and that'll feel pretty bad, but it's more like when you're looking at the glove and there's light hitting it, that it's not flat, that there's this flat reflection down here. We want this reflection that kind of wanders around in a leathery pattern more than I want to sculpt like big relief shapes. We just kind of want to break this pattern up in like kind of a windy, leathery way. And I'm going to call that it for that piece. Right? It's not great, but it has like kind of the suggestion of it. And that's the most visible part of the hand. But I'm going to wrap it just a little bit more and then move on to like this piece and then the fingers. And the fingers have a lot more. I'm going to go to a layer. Fingers have a lot more smaller, like higher frequency details, smaller details. And I'll just put like a one here. This brush is a little big. Going smaller on the brush. Pull out like a bit of a Y. So the pattern is basically like this Y pattern. And then we have a little bit of raise here and then relief back down around it. We'll make this one higher. Smooth this in a little bit. And just kind of have this one go off into nowhere and smooth it out. So it's just looking for like, if this comes through in the normal, it helps. It's leather E. It doesn't even like really resolve actually either. And just wrap this a little bit this way. So this is coming, here's the big major Y. I depressed here so I could always pull this back out here. Like I guess it's sort of like a drape at this point, like it's draping from here to there. So we could pull this a little harder out. Have it start to tuck into that. Because if this is like a strap under it, it would like kind of compress under it. And I don't really want an X here, but I'm going to put an X here. So this is a Y, but then it X's through this drape fold too. Let's see if I can finish this one up. Oops, that was pretty strong. Smooth. Smooth always resets to, oh my god, I went so far back. Smooth intensity always resets back to 100, so it gets a little crazy. A little strong. So I'm going to push this back in here, make the brush smaller, not that small. Push in the negative of these two sculpts through here. Did an X, which is more of like really, it's like a drape and compression fold at once when you do an X. So it's not perfect to use here, but I think it looks okay. I'm still using the standard tool, yeah, okay. And these are a little strong, but again, these just get baked into like a pretty cylindrical mesh in the end. Oh my goodness. It's probably a quick way of like turning 90, but I don't know. Oh, what the fuck? I have to like switch back to my mouse to like move around the damn viewport. It's not good. Okay, so yeah, just a little bit of normal undulation there. What are we rotating on now? Doesn't it like, does it rotate on like where you sculpted last? I don't know where the pivot of the camera rotation is right now. Is it like the center of this object? It's not the origin. I don't know where this is. Yeah, what are we rotating on now? I feel like it should, you would think it would kind of like pivot around where I sculpted last. It's like clearly where I'm sculpting is like like where the hell am I rotating from now? I hit Alt or something. Shit. Oh, I have the pants selected. Hold on. What happened? I still have not taken my ZBrush 101 course. Oh, okay. So it probably, yeah, it rotates around the subtool. And then I think it rotates around where you painted last. Oops. Pretty strong. Okay. So a little bit there. I also like, you know, this is a pretty visible part of the object. So the leather would be kind of held in place here, and then I'll have it kind of like wrap around like this, and then it's again kind of like reinforced by this piece here. Like this is like stiffer leather, I would imagine. Whereas this part gets a little bit wrinkly. Maybe slightly bigger. The folds, it's probably better. I have lazy mouse on, right? Yeah, it's probably better to have the folds be small, and then you can just kind of keep pumping them up like this versus starting big and trying to take them away. I think ends up with like a worse looking fold. So I should just work with like a smaller brush overall and probably at a higher. Well, we're working on like the big fold, so we want to stay low resolution because then when we divide into it, it looks like that. I buy it. I think that's enough for this piece. Okay, so we have a lot of work to do on this one. This is the shiny leather. This is the one where you like really see the sculpts. But I'm gonna do some like pretty basic sculpting on the fingers. And then we're gonna have to, of course, probably change this a bit. So generally I'm gonna come put a seam through the middle. I don't know how valuable that is, but I'm gonna do it. And then I'm gonna sculpt from the seam, kind of like I did the arm, the kind of like wefty draping between the seam. And I guess on the fingers, I mean, if they're really tight, they're pretty much just pulling folds, like around the knuckles, like they anchor around the knuckles, and then they get a loose at the end of the fingertip because nothing holds the fingertip on. But I'm not going for like realistic like leather, which realistic leather gloves are always kind of like underwhelming because they never fit perfectly. So like there's always this like, kind of like floppy, goofy looking fingertips. They look stupid pretty much. But in games they're always perfectly tailored to the hand, so we're gonna go for that version of it. But there is a seam, and then it's pretty much anchor folds from the knuckles. Oh yeah, that was kind of a cool character. Wait, why am I going to Twitter? This is on Sketchfab. This is pretty dope. Yeah, so we look at her glove. She has very little sculpting. It's mostly in the leather material. Bit of a pipe here, pipe seam. I think the seam is worth it. And there's basically nothing happening on that one. This is like straight out of ZBrush 2 or Blender, either one. Like just sculpting. This is just sculpting the piping in. It works though overall, like as a whole character. If you don't just like study like each piece, this is enough finishing, and that's what I'm going for. Same with the belt. Like this belt has no sculpting. It's basically just like stick a leather material on it. We're probably going to use like the same exact material in Substance Painter too. Have the same exact thing going on. So it doesn't need a ton of stuff here. So we're in like the 250,000. We probably need to go one higher, but let's see what a Damien standard feels like in here. So this Damien standard, we're at 5. 5 affects how much like the mesh depresses next to it, because otherwise it's basically like it's like a 1 pixel ish line. So we want to stay kind of small on gloves, definitely like 2 maybe. And I want like 20, something like this. I would take more, but the hand is so small that we don't really want to go too much more than that. I do need a layer because I'm going to sculpt pretty heavy and then back it off a lot. And what's cool about using Maya and NG Skin Tools is I can do this layered approach for the weighting, which I always wondered how the hell they're managing these like ridiculous characters. And it's layered weight painting. That's the only way. You can't do it in stock Maya, where it's very hard. So let's do right down the middle. This will kind of serve as like an anchor for retopology too. Should I? Well, actually, how does that meet up? The thumb, I think the seam's here, and then the thumb is usually like its own piece, but that seam would be hidden under here. So we can kind of make it up. Doesn't have to be perfect. This seems like an okay resolution to go at. I'm going to go a little higher here. 2 is probably okay too. I can either push harder or pull this up, but I kind of like, my hand gets like kind of sore if I push hard on the Wacom all day. So it's a little low resolution. We could probably pop up a little bit, but. Okay, and I like hit shift or something. So that's coming at the wrong angle. It would be nice to see a skeleton at this phase to kind of reference it, but I don't have that available. It's still a little too high, and I really can't be taking this long on this asset, but fuck. I need to maybe a little bit more here. Go 30. 30 helps. Okay, there it is, like in the actual middle of the finger. And this is where it would be good to know how to damn tumble this thing correctly. This is almost like mouse territory for me. Oh god, no, I'm on the bottom. We're in a layer, right? Nice. Nice. Continue it. I was going to blind draw. That's probably would have been a bad idea. That one came off a little weird, but it's the inside of the thumb. Oh well. Let's take a peek from like full back how this is looking. Hopefully symmetry's on. It is. That's pretty much invisible. But it's basically gonna anchor how I sculpt the whole hand, so I'm gonna finish it. Oh no, my god, the fuck. Here we go. So do the same thing. I'm not gonna get rid of the thing. I'm just gonna sculpt right up to it. And it's time to get a little looser and just get this thing done. Oof. Well, let's just keep going. Try to get like one stroke per thing to actually finish this. A little jagged, but we'll see. There's some janky seams here. So if you come at the angle like that, I feel like it's kind of bad. Oh my god. So I'm using my like left hand, my right hand to mouse tumble with like right click. And then my Wacom tablet eraser hits the damn Wacom tablet and it like freaks it out. Or it takes over. I feel like if mouse button is down, it should ignore tablet, but that's definitely not like a default Windows way of handling tablets. And there's still a lot of room in this phase in the high poly to really affect the shape of it, whereas like other pieces I would only affect. Okay, we gotta fix that, but those probably get placed last in Maya anyway. I don't think they're gonna be part of the high poly bake necessarily. Or I haven't made the high poly versions. But fingers and shoes, I feel like you really shape them in the high poly like quite a bit. Versus armor, it's 100% shaped in low poly. But these gloves, if I start just like clay brushing here on like the knuckle to build it out, like that's where it kind of should be done. Or it doesn't mess anything up because they're kind of like they're like their own little spaceship, the gloves. Versus like the chest armor and stuff like that affects straps, and you want to have that depth planned out like early on. This stuff you could just freestyle. I could add like another finger. As far as the sculpt is concerned, I'm gonna fix that just for now because it's not that big a problem. Just gonna fix that. Okay, so let's see if that even like is anything from like a full shot. I'm sure it's not, but yeah, it's barely anything. If we wanted to show it, we would have. If for the A pose anyway, we would have pulled a little harder. But it's already giving leather vibes a little bit. We need to inflate a little bit before I go in any further. So the inflating, can you name these layers? It says name. Okay. I'm gonna call this seam. Then the next layer is going to be puffing. I'm gonna puff these things up, and then we'll do another layer that's like the little folds. So this shaping even now, it's like super high poly mode is on a layer, so I can pull it back. Right, so I'm gonna go like maybe a little bit too far. So like pretend like the fingers are thicker, just like spaceman glove out each one of these like a little bit. And maybe even, the thing is the MetaHumans have metacarpals. So this part is not trivial anymore. Like in most game hands, you don't really give a fuck about this stuff because the bone starts here and you just start going down. MetaHuman's bones start right here. So you skin, I'm going to show in NG Skin Tools how that MetaHuman hand gets skinned. This is this is important in here. So I'm a little concerned with making it thicker, how that weighting's going to go, but it feels thin here. So I do want to kind of like pull the whole thing out. But anyway, it's on a layer now if I screw this up. So I don't really use inflate that much. So I don't know. I feel like it could be just standard or clay buildup, but we're so high poly already. So I'm going to drop back for this. Oh, can you come down a layer? Oh, you can. Okay. So I'm like here. And so like structural changes happen kind of low poly, I feel like. So I'll try standard. It seems like this could be standard world. And generally they just need to all inflate a little bit. So it's almost like a global inflate, but I'm going to see if it's sculpting it makes sense. Kind of leaving this is very close to the MetaHuman hand itself. So I just feel like the copy weights is going to work out. So that's what I'm prioritizing. Hopefully we're in symmetry. It's kind of nice actually. Oh, that's not though. So you have to use right click to get around this one. Alt right click. Is this doing anything? I can't tell if this is doing anything. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's just very low pressure. Oh, the intensity is at 10. Oh, I was drawing cloth. That's why. Okay, well, that's a lot. There we go. Okay, okay, fair enough. I do want this back. So this, when you lazy step, it like effectively spaces the dots that are coming out, and so the Z intensity is like just more subtle. So that's why like Z intensity plus this intensity doesn't do very much. So I have a hard time like actually getting it to do something. There it is. I can see it now. Okay. Okay, this is not working. So I just kind of want to fill out these fingertips a tiny bit more. Feel very thin down here. Oof, it's a bit too much. Okay, I'm getting a feel for how this brush is now. This angle's not helping me. Okay. Okay. Just tumbling, not going well. Yeah, I just need a little bit more, like just a little bit. It is silhouette too. Of the finger needs to have a little bit more. I just want to have like a little bit more padding feeling. So if we think that like this here is the knuckle, actually we could push at the knuckle or the in-between. I guess I'll push at the knuckles a little bit. The upper knuckle and go up on like this side. And then I'll smooth it back down a bit. I feel like we just need like a little bit more here. I wish I could see the skeleton though. I don't want to start pulling. I don't want these fingers to be long. If they're longer than the skeleton, we have much problems in the rigging phase. I think even that's going to help a little bit. Just pulling up these knuckles. Because we smoothed out so much of the knuckle shape that they barely even feel like hands. They're just like these like weird, like inflated like rubber gloves. They don't feel like they have like an actual hand in them. They definitely don't feel like leather yet either. The most of that's going to be communicated through the material. Yeah, I think this is it. I wish I could see the actual skeleton because I'm like drawing knuckles and I have no idea what the joints are. Because like typically you would sculpt it and then add the joints in. We're kind of like reversing it. So I need to pull out here. So let's switch to, actually we're going to stay on this layer, but I'm going to puff these out too. But so those are puffed out a bit. And as we jump back in through the subdivisions, this is our final 250,000. It just has a little bit of push on them. So it's kind of subtle. Okay, and then one more layer. This one. These all get baked out, so it's like, oh, the renaming is just temporary, but micro. Let's just do some folding. Okay, so this one we got to go even higher. We're going into the, oh, what the fuck? Save what hotkey was that? I should save that. That's a good point. Let's go one more subdiv. So we're gonna enter the millions now. Oh, you can't up-res with layers? Oh no. Whatever, fuck it. Okay, we'll bake these. Then up-res. Almost 1,000,000. And then a new layer. Oh, bake. New layer. So we'll sculpt all the little ones here. And this is where you need like a ton of resolution. So, standard brush. Oh, this is so small. You need a ton of resolution to hold these little folds. So something like this. This intensity, lazy mouse was around 10. And let me test sculpting like this finger. So I think the idea is to kind of drape. Well, there's this seam that pulls it, and then like there's going to be tension around these. So it's probably kind of like radiating from, like I need a little bit more than this. It's probably radiating from like here, that sort of thing. And then here they're pulling tight, right? So it could be like, what is that? There's here, it's like almost like it's pulling around this, which is, I think we radiate from here. Is that right? Like if they're pulling, like if this is a tension point here, then they kind of pull, like the leather kind of gets pulled up to it. Is that right? Reference would be helpful, but also just kind of knowing is good. Just for like an idea. And then, let's see, when do you kind of see this stuff? It really feels like to me like it's at the seam and then at the top it kind of relaxes. So I'm going to go for like this. Does it double back like that? Yeah, it could. So this becomes like a Y. These folds seem really small too, but I think that was the better idea, is to like start them small and then you can always like double them up like this. There could definitely also be like a seam kind of reinforced through here, like piping at the seam, which probably does even more than like these little pulling folds here. This doesn't feel right here. This is on the layer, right? I can just delete this whole layer out if I hate how this ends up looking. I just need to find kind of like a method for this. I think piping the piping at the seam makes a lot of sense. Puffing those out. Because these are two individual pieces of leather that got seamed together. Especially if we're doing Marvelous. That's how we would construct these. Is this enough? 8? Is this, I guess it's coming out pretty smooth actually. So the 8 works for me. Though the shirt we were at like we were sculpting a much bigger thing. Okay, let's take a peek at what that felt like so far. They're there. They're not great. I wouldn't like zoom in on them or something like that, but they're gonna break up again. It's like you don't want this smooth rubber highlight. You want this wavy highlight or this sculpty highlight here. I haven't figured out. Okay, this is a bad reference for it. Even like a drawing, I would take over. Just it's basically what we're doing. We're just like illustrating them. This looks like it has potential. You're so get big. What the fuck? So small. Oh, let's do it this way. These ones I get. Oh, this is the exact outfit. They're a little bit the thumb. They can be flat. Like they don't have. They could be like more structural. This one has kind of like an apex in the middle, and I think I get it. Yeah, I think I understand how I want to approach this. These are too small. I'm gonna go up a little bit bigger, and then I'll just type it 2, and then just go for like kind of like just overall like draping it more, draping and pulling through. I like the idea that the apex is like this is like the top of it, so like it doesn't usually come through here. I feel like I need a little bit more of this. I don't have the this doesn't feel like when I was doing the cloth folds for some reason. It might be because of this like insanely high topo that I've brought it to. Right, and so like this has a like we kind of like go around these. I need some reference on like how to sculpt folds around the knuckles, but generally these are here. And it's like they're pulling, and then it's like does it like drape down from this piece? But as long as there's like basically Z's, Y's, and X's throughout the fingers, and I smooth them all back, and we're gonna bring this normal detail like way down after. Yeah, see, that doesn't look right. This is like a vein more than it's a fold. I don't really know how to approach this finger stuff. This brush is feeling kind of good now. But I mean, if we just do, I'm just gonna kind of go general. Like I don't really know. Just connect this one together. This one's kind of radiating out, pulling it there. And here there's like folds on the fingers, right? So we were kind of like almost the other direction. Yeah, this isn't taking into account how this is gonna actually deform. Like here, there would be like a memory fold here, like here. I think that's a good approach for it. I should do that. So like this is like where the glove is gonna bend when the finger bends, like this. I'm pushing this in. I should just delete this layer and start over. But kind of pulling or pushing in where the I'm so bad at tumbling the viewport in ZBrush. This is so close. Oh my god. Oh my god. I like the hardest thing is getting the damn camera in the right place here. But anyway, I'm just gonna push this in, kind of big fold. Push this in here. I just need landmarks to like start drawing the Y's from. Damn it. Then you have to hold the right click to get out of this. Pushing in here. So that works. And if I pull out around them, is that making sense? Like this. And then as we wrap around, yeah, that looks right. That's good. They're basically just ring folds. Okay, that's the right direction for these 100%. On the bottom side is that this folds in, and then there's mountains around that basically. So this could almost connect all the way through. And these are like the big like landmark finger folds are the fact that like this is actually where the memory fold of the glove coming in. And they could like rejoin up towards the seam here, like This one doesn't have that, but I'm just gonna say fuck it. Gotta fix that. But that's a good like that's like a silhouette pretty much. That's like the silhouette sculpt looks like that, and I buy it. And then it kind of helps give it some of like the I tried to use the standard brush, but it gives some of that like standard brush stuff I was trying to get to do. It's just like a little thicker too by doing this. At least the parts where I'm pulling them out now, these are thicker. I think that looks good. It doesn't even have it on the most important fingers like the index, but I'll kind of try to add them back in. Yeah, like that. And so the knuckle's the reverse, I guess. Okay, so this doesn't even have it, but I'll try to pull it through. I'll try to pull it back in. So those are like the finger like landmarks. Just like reinforces the knuckle. And then the opposite, again, I don't see the joint, but the opposite is that this is like, the opposite is that the knuckle's like here. Ooh, that's way too much probably. Those are awful, unfortunately. I'm gonna see if I can just smooth them out and not have to actually do it. Those I buy. Once they're finished, if I drape between them, I buy that. And then I'm probably gonna do like a support fold under each knuckle, I think is what makes the most sense to start, and then just drape between them. And that's how I'm gonna do these. See if I can just smooth these back out without having to actually undo. I mean, I guess I could undo and start from scratch. Oh, not smooth tool for the one. Never mind. Get out of here. Mouse smooth tool. I'll take it. Okay, and then so let's get back into, I think it was like 2, maybe go 3 on these ones. And I think that was working pretty well to do like a push fold here, a push here, and then do the alt in between them. I don't know if it's as strong on the top. It's okay. It's just like I just need a place to put folds, and then this could drape through, and then just do them slightly differently on each finger. But generally just say that there's like something under here and it's pulling. Yeah, this helps landmark for sure. Okay, this is how I'll do it. And then this can start to drape out of here. This is a positive, negative, positive that, negative through here, and have this thing snake all the way down back to the seam. Same with this one. This goes to the seam. This kind of starts just flooding back into the finger. Oops. And under, this is kind of like a weird ball shape that I started to draw. I don't like those too much. Might smooth that out. It doesn't really like feel like there's a knuckle under there, but there's still a bit of a leather shape, which is all I'm really going for. And this is on a layer, so we'll beat this whole thing down to like half in the end. Okay, I buy it. So we're gonna do the same thing on each finger. It's not great, but it's a little leathery. So kind of coming around this knuckle because it's pushing out here like that. This knuckle's here, and you know, we came this way again. Maybe we'll kind of come counter to it like this way. So it kind of comes under through here. Kind of branch this as a Y out here. How bad is an X going to be like up here? Kind of makes sense to have an X like it's compressing. It does like turn into this ball though really quickly. This one I'm not liking as much, but just gonna go with it. I need some like strong finger sculpt leather reference. I feel like I saw some and I like thought I got it, but I definitely don't have a good mindset on how to do these from scratch. But as long as we have these like tubes and Ys in here. How come I'm not sculpting on that right now? Or it's so low? Is it the angle of the camera? I think it might be the angle of the camera. What the heck? What's going on? How come I'm not sculpting? I feel like I'm not hitting this thing. It's just maybe low intensity. So this needs to be 15. Oh, this brush is bigger too. Oh, the brush is bigger. That's what's happening. This was a 2 pixel brush down here. Sculpting the underside of the fingers is probably not worth time either. I don't like this at all, but just try to, again, just break up the reflection so it feels a tiny bit leathery. I definitely need a reference for this. That's okay. I don't know what this one was. It just makes sense to, if like by default, probably just like do this. Loop all the way across, loop back, stay around the knuckle, and then just add like regular compression folds like that. This is the pinky. Probably need to be a little smaller on the brush. Go a little smaller on the brush and then paint back in like the recesses. Ooh, that's very strong. Wow, it's like almost like a Damien standard of this size. Gonna paint the negatives back in. Try to define it, and then I'm just gonna beat this whole thing back into in the layer in a second. Yeah, these folds would make no sense. But hopefully when they're subtle and we just bake it back down, they're just a little bit, they're just broken up. So these are, the knuckle idea didn't work out. It worked on the bottom, but I think it looks kind of stupid up here. But it's my first time sculpting leather fingers. Yeah, this one didn't even like finish it, didn't even wrap it around. I think I deviated too far from just like the general idea that you do X's and Y's and Z's. Like the swirly one doesn't feel right. It just, you want to just have like go straight across on all of these. But this is what they're gonna be. Okay, so for the thumb, I'm gonna just try to get back to how I was doing the arm. There's some thoughts about coming out of here, but let's just do slightly higher on the brush. And just do Y's and Z's for this piece. This is maybe too big of a brush. Through here, negative, 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 negative. Pull this through and negative, and kind of seam these together. Negative there. Kind of seam here. I don't know if I buy this piece, but we'll just wrap it all the way around. Negative, negative. I don't know about this. Is this pipe? What should make sense here? Maybe just like reinforcing kind of like that direction already, and smooth it back in. It's not awful. Everything meets back up at this seam here. This is kind of working for me. Pushing that out a little bit. And this part can be kind of smooth. Still has like the thumbnail texture topology in it, you can see. Just gonna beat over that. I feel like as long as they kind of connect back, it's okay. It's like a little too veiny, but we're gonna bring this back down in intensity in a second. And then this one, the thumb folds here, basically. And then pull it back up around it. Have them kind of meet back up with the seam. This is maybe too much lazy brush. Maybe one fold coming through here, negative. And just kind of randomly pull this one back around through here. Do the negative of that, negative here. Then that pushes this up a little bit. This one like almost came out good down here. I've had an easier time with the underside than the top. Which is too bad because you don't see the underside ever. Okay, so it's an attempt. A little bit too veiny. Here, this thumb really part here should have been resolved more nicely. I should have just, I think it's just like Y's and Z's, and I went a little strong on this, and I need reference for like how to pull around knuckles is the important part. But okay, let's go with that. I don't want to go too long on this. So it's kind of there. And so we want to just kind of beat it down to like 0.5, 0.2, 0.5, 0.4, 0.5, 0.3. I think 0.3 is pretty good. 0.4, 0.3. I'll do 0.4, and I can always kind of cheat the normals down a little bit later. So they're a little broken up. It's really kind of not structural though. Like it doesn't like enforce like those are knuckles, but it's broken up in the type of stroke pattern that should be for a leather glove. Not perfect though. That part can be more artistically done. So moving on to the glove outer here, I'm gonna puff this out a little bit. But this object already had thickness in it, so I really can't touch the borders very well. Let's go all the way down. We'll go back up one, do move, and just slightly form this out like here. Just take a little bit on the silhouette. And I don't really know where the knuckle bones end or start on this, so I don't want to get too fancy on the sculpt because I just don't know where the bones are. But it just felt like a little bit light. Hopefully we're in symmetry, okay. Felt a little light on the silhouette, and then this kind of quote unquote solves this too a bit. So I haven't touched the borders too much. Oh, I gotta fix that. Even with my mouse, I kind of like this tool. Go a little bit bigger. 5. So this is a little bit wonky down here now, but let's see how much we've done. Yeah, even that little push did it, and I want it like a little bit more right here. So that's pulling up the edge a little bit, the border, which isn't great because I wasn't going to pull the rest of the hand with it, but I just want the shape to be concave, convex. It's definitely like a mushy, pillowy hand. It's not like super well sculpted. But I'm just going to do some quick folds into this one, and the gloves are done. That'll be it. So let's go up to 300,000. That's in lots. So maybe we'll back out to here maybe. Let's go onto a layer. Okay, switch to the highest and go again. Interesting. Fair enough. Okay, so they want me to do it on the highest layer. That's good to know. Ooh, this is kind of high poly to sculpt folds into, but we'll see how it goes. We're gonna go standard. 20 is pretty large. 10, it's pretty large too. 5, yeah, we'll try 5. Lazy mouse 14 is a little high, but this is like slightly larger area. Maybe 7 on the draw size. How's that size? That's pretty good. What's the general idea for this one? I mean, it's basically like V and around. It's pretty subtle. So they're kind of pulling. It's like an X almost. It's like, so basically a V. It's like a V, and the Y, and then like really tight X's in there, something like that. And it looks like it was symmetrical. So if they're pulling from here, oh, we could manually pipe this. I guess I'll try to do that too as well. So let's go to like 5, maybe even smaller. See if we can. It's a good time to save. We'll just manually add the piping to this. I didn't put this into the base mesh, but it is definitely a call out like around here. Kind of gives you an anchor for I would rather. I had 3D. Oh no, I 3D modeled the piping and almost everything else, but I didn't for this one. I kind of rushed through the glove, and this always just feels like a little bit worse to do it this way. But I'm just gonna do it to the thumb though and the wrist. I'm not gonna do it to every finger. But we definitely could have put that in the low poly as piped the whole thing, giving it like a bit of thickness right here. But I'll just do it in the sculpt, which is the way I used to do it too. But it just like looks lumpy if you do it crappy like me. But it's gonna help. We really don't have to worry about it too much down there. Well, I mean, you do kind of see this, I guess, every once in a while. Okay, so it's kind of piped. Could smooth it out. See how strong this is gonna be in here. Whoa, okay. Bring this way down. 6, let's try 10. 10 looks pretty good. I guess I could ISO the hand at this point, yeah, right? Yeah, I guess that's okay. It's a little easier. push this border back and around this, and this is basically bad pipe. But it's kind of there. Should technically do it to those. I'm not gonna though. Okay, Windows hotkey, not the right hotkey. So I think I can sculpt this without the finger there. Make me slightly easier. So back to standard tool. This brush was kind of working. So I'm just gonna try to copy what I saw here, and it is a V. There's like a V pulling across the thumb, and the V is this way. So they kind of had it like, so let's say these are the knuckle ridges, which, oh, it's probably worth defining the knuckles. I think that's actually the move here, is that there are like knuckles here in the positive, like these are positive, like these are anchors to just connect. Oh, that's a little strong. Just to connect Y's and V's between. You just got a really strong ring knuckle. We can just smooth it back down. And then after that, it would be like kind of like support ones under it. If not, I mean, or they're just pulled straight even, but I think just having this kind of like, oh, there's big bumps at the knuckles and then like a wave under it makes sense. This brush is maybe too big. But that makes sense as like a general roadmap. And then they had a V that was like this. It was like that. And we gotta go a little bit bigger on this brush. Not that big. Man, it's like, I gotta just increment by like 1 or 2. That's too big. Huh. Wow, it really was like 5 to 6. I guess this is fine. Yeah, 6 seems okay. I want to stroke towards the fall off. So they had one like here. It's getting, doesn't feel right, but through here, and then yeah, it's just kind of like, I think if anything, we have this big knuckle here, and then this came here. We could pull this one through. And is there a new one pulling from here? What is the idea here? So like, I think this one went into negative. Negative, push these in, push these in. It could be that this one like kind of, is it going this way or this way? I think it's this way. Let's go back to 5. Even lower. 4, a little bit more. Oh, this is the right size. Yeah, finding the right size brush and intensity and whatnot is kind of the hard part of this. Yeah, these ones I'm starting to buy a little bit more, and this is a good size and good brush. I can control this. And this is on a layer, so we can kind of slow this whole thing down after. Yeah, so we'll basically go big on the folds, like they were like a sweater arm, and then I'll beat them down so they're more like subtle. But it does help to make them kind of big. And like this kind of like design phase part. I don't know how these interact between them. I feel like they would go down. We're definitely way over sculpting on this one, but we'll see. I think on the hand, this is what you kind of like see though. Oh, you know there's brass knuckles here, so I should probably not do this. But it still gives me a place to kind of like anchor from. Yeah, I like sculpting big, and then we'll just beat it down in the layer. I think this would have been more like wrapping. And then there's a knuckle here. Yeah, so we'll definitely drop the intensity way down on this after. These I'm kind of believing now. I'll just start smoothing a little bit here. My smooth tool is on like, doesn't even feel like it's doing anything. It's so low intensity or something. We're gonna beat this down. So these big folds here, I still haven't really sorted this out. Say like 6. I don't like this counterfold now, but I do like this idea of like an immediate fold right after the pipe. This could just kind of fade off. And again, there's still knuckles here. Through here, and rather than this one, I can it's kind of okay. I would rather this kind of like pipe back through, but I'll just leave it as this is. So I'll just kind of reinforce these a bit. I'm sure I really like it. I like this one kind of coming down there. Looks okay. This became negative. This is kind of positive. Negative, negative, and kind of starting to call this now. And I like the idea of these wrapping still pretty much down this way and still kind of along this type of a line like this. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This part's pretty undefined still, but just kind of leave it. Maybe the brass knuckles will help once I start showing those again. And if there's like hand lines, it's the same as like a hand. It's like this part creases because the thumb moves, and like where's the line here? I gotta look at my hand. There's like a line like here. These are like hand lines of like the wrist folding, and then looking at this upside down. That's the wrong hand. One in the middle too. So it's basically like coming through here and then one through here. The brush is too small, too big for. So there's like these like negative lines. It's like hand folds, memory folds. And then I'll just try to connect positive versions of it around it. Like this, positive through it, positive on the edge here. This like wraps around here. Just kind of kind of reinforce that piece. This kind of comes through, but then dies at the folded as it crossed through. I don't know. And these are kind of like these are just normal map breakup. Not massively important at this point here. Yeah, that's kind of okay for me. And just kind of just throw some more breakup through here. I think there's a fold here. Actually, there's a fold that wraps around, possibly. So I can pull this through. Keep pulling too far. Wow. Push these into negative, negative, positive. Positive here, yeah. So they're generally pulled. They're generally in the idea of a where the hands are, but not structural. Just purely from a 2D point of view. I'm basically drawing normal maps onto this more than anything else. Okay, so let's just beat those down. It's okay. It's okay. I would like to see the knuckles back. So if I unsolo, we'll be scooting the knuckles around a little bit. We should probably sculpt a little bit around them too. So let's bake this down. This is fine. Then I'll do some like kind of structurally low poly movements around the knuckles and try to place those better. And that'll be it for the gloves. So we'll bake these. Oh no, oops, can I undo bake? Thank God. 0.5, we got to do look at it from a full character view. Let's say a 3/4, like how deep they are compared to everything. Like this was way too deep because I didn't do it in a layer. So that's a big fail on my part. 0.6, 0.4, 0.2, 0.3, 0.5 is pretty much it. 0.5, they feel like the right depth for leather. And I even like the micro folds. It came out okay. This part really has nothing. So that's like a hard cured leather or whatever they call it in the game. Those I feel like could have probably been pushed a little harder, but they're subtle. It's just mostly that like when you're looking at it from like a lighting point of view, you sense these highlight bands instead of it being flat. Like that's a flat highlight, which is fine for this because that'll be chainmail, but like the cloth and the leather, they have not flat highlights basically. They're not like that kind of hard surface. I'm kind of good with this. This is fine. So let me just go. We're gonna bake that down. Bake all. Go back. I hope that does what I think it does. And where are the knuckles? Big project now. Everything's all subdivided out. These should be able to just be moved tool, especially if I get the size right. They should just all move like one knuckle at a time. Symmetry, good. So they're moving kind of relative versus like fully isolated, but it's okay. They're not each their own subtool, so I can't like rotate. I don't have the ability to rotate them here. Just kind of prop these up a bit, and then I'm gonna come do like a bit of a structural thing around them, because I think there would be like kind of like a supporting loop around each one basically now. So the glove outer, definitely do it on a layer. Everything should have been done on a layer. I was just lazy in the beginning. New layer. Let's go pretty small. It's gonna be like a 3. And yeah, just standard tool. Or it could be Damien. I think the standard tool at this size is like a Damien standard tool, pretty much. An alt Damien standard tool. So are we at the highest level? This is the highest. We could probably go a little smaller. What's up, original? I think I'm gonna just do like a circle around each one. I don't know. Something like this. Like it has to have something like that. And then you kind of depress in around it. I don't know. We'll see. That's my thought. Okay, so there's on the knuckles. I feel like alt click or something. There's some click in ZBrush where it'll isolate that it'll select that subtool. And I do it by accident all the time. I don't know what it is. I feel like this is a little heavy-handed, but I don't know. I kind of want to do it. Just like sculpt up around these things here. You know, because like how are those inserted? I don't even know. But just from like a design call, I think it'll be kind of nice to have these normals supporting them. Just feels like more structured to do it that way. And then even now that this is kind of beat down, I can kind of like push out. Well, that's a little heavy. Where I want to. And then again, this whole thing is on the layer, so I can kind of beat it back down. Right, but like with an even smaller brush now, usually Damien standard this on like a bigger sculpt, but like you can kind of just kind of clean these up. So this is the kind of stuff you usually do out of like you get like a Marvelous Designer sculpt that might have like these like big folds, and then you come in and do these like little ones under them. So this is also like a marvelous finish too. I don't like this X actually. I remember not liking how that looks. It's just cleaner to have like a Y, like a like that, or just like a full, just like straight across U like that one. Do these originate from there? Probably not. Okay, let's take a peek from back here. Yeah, I like it. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. I want something a little bit stronger here, and this is too small. So let's go to a 5. I'm gonna drop the intensity back to like 15. It's all about knowing these. Like it's like little, like if you try to do the stroke at the wrong size, at the wrong intensity, without the lazy, it just doesn't work. It doesn't. It's the wrong tool. We lost definition through here, so I'm going to Damien standard this again, and all of this is normal map on a much flatter version eventually, but you still want to get the design right in 3D first, or at least I do, which I can't say that I have. I don't like this like thin little vein that kind of popped out here. I don't love how this shape turned out, but I feel like connecting all the way through is the move. Yeah, just really drape the whole thing out. I'm gonna go a little negative into this part here. And it's, yeah, I think just like bold all the way through, connect all the way through till it ends somewhere, or like fades out like back here so you can't really see it. I don't really know how to finish that part. I think pushing these a little bit further, and then the glove's done. Try to get the boot done today too. Boot's a whole journey. Design wise, I haven't designed it at all. Okay, so let's do this. And it got a little like a little wobblier than I wanted, because like structurally you could have probably low polyed that. We're on the glove outer. Are we on a layer? Probably not. Oh, we are. Okay, good. So I'm good with it. Maybe I'll just back it out a little bit. So we want to judge how deep it goes. It goes like here. I like it actually, but maybe like always going like bringing it down. Yeah, 0.8, 0.6, 0.5, 0.8. I like 0.8. So slow it down a little bit, bake it down. I'll do one more layer, and I'm gonna just Damien standard some like hard cuts into this thing, which is always nice. Those are like AO maps, or like bring this down to like a 2. These are like the hard cuts, like almost like you're dropping seams. Not enough. Is it 20? Maybe even 30, maybe 3. There it is. Yeah, just like a big cut. So this is kind of like faking almost a seam at this point. But I'll smooth over it after, and it'll be more like ooh, we do we have to we do have to fix that. No, actually we don't. I'm gonna retopple this all into one piece. So it doesn't matter, like little interconnections and stuff like that. It's not oh no, it'll bake through. Never mind, we have to fix that. Never mind. I definitely 100% have to fix this. Oh my god, I'm trying to hold the space tool. I don't know what program space tool is for moving. Hand tool. It's Photoshop. It's because like this feels like it's 2D sometimes. Photoshop is space tool for a hand. There we go. That would fuck up the bake. I'm 100% wrong about that. Fuck, what was this draw size? I should have waited. I should have done those after. I shouldn't have changed what tool I was using. Because I had like an okay thing for it. Is that what it was? I shouldn't have done that. Little hand-drawn wobbly feel, but I guess if it's leather, it's not so bad. So I'm just going to do that around each finger. Man, I cannot get the tumble right on this thing. But that should final up the detailing on the glove. And you could spend a whole week doing a glove, like easily a week. If you want like perfect, oh my god, what? So that it's a mix of this and this, and the fact that there's mesh directly under it. So we have to be a little bit more subtle about pushing into it. This should have been done in the topology, like this. This kind of a cut should have probably been in the main design, but just like that they kind of like have a reinforced ring at the edge for these kind of like this knuckle part. This is so sloppy and bad, holy shit. It's just no map. I'm just drawing blue and purple right now. This is just blue and purple on a normal map. Just have it be a little bit broken up at the edge here would be nice. I appreciate that. Thanks, Thomas. I'm happy to just be doing it, you know? Just like getting to the point where you can do the thing. If that makes sense. It's this, and what I need to now do is like not only do the thing, I need to ship the thing. That's the real, like even if it's awful, if you actually push it all the way to a video game that actually goes on Steam, that people actually use, that's like the full, just like actually doing it. Or if you're making content, like actually pushing a YouTube video actually. So in this case, I'm just glad to have gotten to like actually high detail sculpting. Could do like stitches, like you could get real cool in here. I want to, but for me, like the big thing was that there's knuckles. The fact that I put those pyramids on the knuckles, that's like extra for me. That's like super. That's like way more detail than I ever put into something like this. And for most of Cinetracer development, I never even put normal maps. I never did high poly baking because I mean, look how long this takes. If you do this for every asset, it's like as a solo, you're not making games anymore. You're just making assets. It's not good. So there's subtle. I'm gonna come in a little harder on this one because this one is like the one. You see this one like a lot, so I'm gonna push this one pretty deep. You understand that statement? Yeah, I know. Like you get stuck in workflow, and you never get to like actually make your thing. So like this isn't like a success until it's rigged onto a MetaHuman and I push a video of it. And then for me personally, I need to push it into a game, which this can't go in a game. This is way too close to Witcher. I'm not even trying to play with that copyright. But yeah, this is a success when you see it moving on social media somewhere. Yeah, that's it. That's the idea. So like the sculpting is high value in my opinion. This was too structural. Like I don't want these like this much relief from it. But when you combine this with Substance Painter with like a nice texture, with this normal breakup projected into low poly, it will feel like leather. That was it. That was the idea. This stuff up here doesn't matter. Like we're really not going to gain very much by sculpting. If anything, we just kind of fuck it up. Like, so I'm gonna leave these. Those are gloves. Let's save as, and we're gonna do boots, and that'll be it. And then that's the high poly phase. And I need to practice getting this back to. We have to retopple it, and then I have to get it back to Substance Painter with vertex colors. That's the goal. Vertex colors. Vertex colors. I really don't know how to do that. Oh shit, are you frozen? Don't be frozen. There it goes. This workstation is entirely M.2. There's no spinning plat. Oh no, I think we have one spinning platter drive. Everything is, I have like, I think 5 like max speed M.2. So like this sort of stuff could be heavier on, and same with like anything where you're reading and caching, the M.2s make that stuff much faster. And yeah, I'm pretty much maxed out. Oh shit, what is this? What happened here? Oh no. What is that? Hopefully I can just bring this piece in. I might have sculpted through by accident. Or what? Let me go look at... Oh, we still have a layer. What is that? Oh no. Let's bake this down. This layer is fine. Where'd it go? You are fine. I can... This piece hasn't been sculpted, so I can bring it back. Like, it's not a problem. And we might generate the high poly from Maya anyway. So we're going to bake this down. Let's figure out what the hell happened to that chest thing. Must be so careful not to like paint through into other stuff. Chest upper, what happened to you, buddy? Let's go solo. Something got trashed here. I wonder if it came in like this. I'm not too concerned. One, it's in the back. 2, we're not even going to sculpt this piece. We got to go look at this in Maya. But we haven't done anything in ZBrush to this. So this piece I'm not going to sculpt either, but not good, obviously. This probably wouldn't even come into Substance Painter. It would be like, yeah, fuck yourself, like, get out of here. Substance Painter is real picky. Everything has to be perfect. Everything has to be perfect before you can do a Substance Painter workflow. It's stressful. Okay, well, that doesn't really matter. For the shirt, I don't see, this is the base MetaHuman skin. We're not gonna use the body, but it generally means that like this part is too far in, right? Like the shirt shouldn't be more in than the arm, so I should pull it out. But at the same time, we're not gonna see it. We're not gonna use it. This is sadness here. If you want to deep dive in facial expression stuff with the MetaHumans, let me know. Oh, word, you're teaching. Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, I feel like I saw that. I'm not like quite in that phase yet, but when I get back into like because like I just kind of at this point for production for me, quote unquote, like putting MetaHumans talking into like Cinetracer basically. I'm just doing like AR kit with like maybe like 1 pass for mouth close stuff just to make sure the mouth closes for cleanup. But if I get into like heavier face wear, well, there's no dynamics anymore, but face wear or like cubic motion stuff in the future, where I'm doing like hard retargeting the whole time, like then yeah, probably need to get a little bit more into like the general concepts of like, you know, face movement. Okay, so fucked up this piece somewhere. It's probably in Maya. It's a little weird, but I can fix that. I'm gonna generate the high polys for all the quote unquote hard armor in Maya itself, where I have control over the vertex colors a little bit better. See how that goes. And so the upper body is basically done. I'm going to bring this back into high poly. The belts aren't high polyed, so they look kind of funny, but you know, these gloves have come a long way. The sculpts are like, you know, they're okay. The artistry side of that could be a bit better. Let's finish these fucking boots today, though. They're not too hard. So let's go to the boots. There they are. Okay, so these are made up of... Okay, so they have like a ton of pieces, unfortunately. But let's start subdividing and see how they go. Make sure there's no holes or anything like that. Where's the poly frame? So they have a holding edge, and they're going to get real smooth, but we're going to shape them into like actual shoes in a second in low poly, but let's see how they divide. Yeah, they get very, very smooth. So 500,000 is going to be pretty good for them. We'll pull them out a little bit. And then we're just gonna do the strap. This again, we're gonna generate this stuff. I'm gonna generate in Maya most likely. You just put a smooth modifier on it, and you're good to go. So that's gonna be the boot strap here. Nope, not that one. It's the belt, boot. Oh, strap. Perfect. Strap. This one we might pump out a ZBrush, like it might get moved a little bit. We'll see. I'm not sure. I've never done this workflow with with like strappy details and stuff like that. It stresses me out, to be honest. There's all this extra stuff that we have to do. Oh no, I still screwed up the normals. Okay, we're doing all the bolts and stuff back in Maya. Okay, so let's just do, these are easy in that I don't know how to sculpt them, so I'm not gonna do a very good job. So let's see, let's make sure we're in symmetry. We are. And let's just shape the boots a little bit, and then a little bit of foldy folds, and we're out here, that's it. And back in low poly mode. Okay, so first of all, this looks like not feet. There's that. So that's just general 3D modeling. But this is where I like ZBrush. It's really nice for like this. Okay, that's not enough. So generally, we can almost look at it from the top. I take that back because there's a head. I guess we could solo. We'll go, oh no, so full ortho, right? This is like top view of Maya. I would say that it's a couple things. This is like flatter. Like this is very round here. So I'm going to kind of do a little bit of this, right? That almost does it already. Like it's arcing this way. And this is a tiny bit more this way. And like this is in just a little here. This stuff just, that's a little bit more footish here. And then in a little bit, because they're leather, they're a little bit tight fitting. It's a little bit more like that. Is more like the shape of a foot, kind of. From here, I would say that the heel maybe needs, I don't want to, see this is perfectly flat to the ground right now. So I don't want to do it too crazy, but a little bit more of like an actual heel happening here. And then as we go up, this is very like sharp. I feel like just pulling this out and being like a little bit slower to transition because it's made out of like leather. It's a little bit better. So just those little shape tweaks, ZBrush. Or you're good at 3D modeling, whatever. If you can do that stuff there, it's just more like drawing here. It feels like I'm just like tugging in a more controlled way when I do it in this program. That helps already. Okay, so let's bring the body back. It's just kind of important. So we are generating high polys. So at this point, we don't care to really keep those intersections clean. I'm going to come up to about this level and start pulling them back out. I'll take perspective back now. So from like a silhouette point of view, this is really pulling out in like world space like this way. So here we do our final, like ZBrush move tool is like the best tool to finalize how your overlaps are working, I think. Just for this type of tweaking. And even if this is like in the millions of polygon phases, you can still technically just start moving them like this. And everything in the little circle will move, and everything in the outer circle transition moves slightly less, feathers down. And you know what the fuck? Hold on, are you fucking serious? This isn't in symmetry. You gotta be kidding me. Son of a bitch. So at this point, I should delete. I'm gonna save as, delete this one and mirror it over. I didn't have symmetry on. You know what? No, I like symmetry. It's hard. I like seeing both sides. It's just nicer. You see more faster. So let's save as, and I'm not as afraid of mirroring in Maya, but in ZBrush I feel like I could click the wrong button and like, oh shit, and like just ruin everything. Always good to back up. So, oh, I thought that said there was an error. It's saved and then auto saved it after. That's cool. We're really saving. So let's look at these. Do I care about these polygroups? Kind of. I kind of do. We're gonna mask those out. So what we can do is shift control click. Oh, I see. Fuck. Never mind. We're gonna do it with the topology tool, which is a Z modeler. So Z modeler over a face, space, delete, island. Multiple subdivisions. Doesn't like the subdivisions. Fine. We'll delete higher and lower from here. Now we'll do it. Now, oh, it took the, okay, so that's basically done already. And then we're going to mirror and weld. There we go. Okay. Symmetry back on. And we're back. Here we go, the boots, hooray. Yeah, we're just in this kind of like middle polygon phase of moving stuff around. And I'm in the wrong tool, and now this brush is gigantic. Or that was kind of okay, actually. Oh, like this. Yeah, so just big topology moves again. Get the final fit of the high poly, which then of course dictates the low poly retopo. So we're doing like the final modeling phases here. And ZBrush is like S tier for doing this kind of tweaking stuff. I can even tweak like this like million polygon piece here. It's a fun workflow. It just takes a lot of time. So that's the general shape. I'm not going to go any further than that. Let's detail up, control. We're in 28,000, that's it. Okay, now we're at 100. Huh. Seems like we don't need that much. This still feels like it's like 2 left feet, so it's not great. Like I feel like this still needs to arc in more. Did I lose that? Oh, we'd have to reconstruct. I'm going to give this a little bit more sculpt and then call it. So still with a gigantic move tool, kind of like move this inner foot in like this. Like this inner arc just really needs to be. I'm kind of fucking with the middle line now in a way I don't like. Let's look at this. Let's look at it from back here. I almost want to ZR a mesh to like to have this curve kind of come back. That tweak was too much. Yeah. Maybe if I'm like do it like at a smaller amount. This was like, I just didn't get like the base foot shape looking so good. And doing it now is a little bit treacherous, like, kind of shit. Well, oh well, we got shitty shoes on this one. I'll take it. They're shoe-ish though, yeah. That's about it. Let's go back up. So we get this nice, instead of like Damien standarding this or something, it's like this was baked into the subdivision surface level. That's always better. So do we still have polygroups? We do. So I should be able to then select this, ISO that, select it, mask it, and then bring it back. So now if I like sculpt on this thing, it won't sculpt. Well, that's not good, but if I'm sculpting, it won't sculpt this part down here. So it's like it was a separate subtool, really. That would have been the other way, but it will keep the connection. So that's important for like doing like spacesuits and stuff like that, is that you can isolate parts that shouldn't get sculpted or like deformed basically, but they have continuous mesh edges, whereas like these aren't continuous. The strap is a completely separate piece, but we basically masked off the sole. So that's fancy. It's fancy for me anyway. Let's see. So we're gonna do the shoes. Okay, I want to be able to like verbalize the strategy I'm gonna do for these. So there's a seam down the middle. There's piping. Shit, should have put the pipe in the low poly. Oh well. Piping. I'm not gonna do stitches because I'm too tired. I'm just gonna sculpt in these kind of like seams. Seam down the middle. Seam down the back. Did I already do that? No, I didn't. I did on these. Okay. So there's this, just like there's a seam here where construction wise for the shoe, seam down the middle, pipe, seam around the edge. The buckle happens, but not really anything there. And we're looking at symmetrical sculpt. So big drape fold from the top to the middle that just does a V smooth. Is that grass? I think that's grass. Into a compression fold, little Y version. And then lots of, not even that many actually, like pretty much full across bands and Ys. And if we look at how he or she connected this part here, this is pulling back here and just like a long Z, which I might go for X's. Okay, so I get it. I get roughly how that got sculpted in. So let's do it on a layer in case I fuck this whole thing. And layers and sculpty time. And if Witcher 3 puts symmetrical boots in, I'll go symmetrical too. But like, yeah, if you were like hardcore, you would go asym, sculpt each foot. Okay, so what happened to my... Oh, we're in clay buildup. We want to go standard. Focus 0. How big are those? They're decent. It's definitely like at least an 8. Maybe bigger. Maybe like a 10. Okay. Lazy mouse 14. And so like the first step of this is to just get like the brush feeling good. That's pretty good, to be honest. That's out of the gate. I'm liking it. So we're gonna do big folds and then Damien standard folds after, like the cuts and the seams and the piping. Okay. So the one that's really there is this. It goes like this. Does it cross over the middle? No, it doesn't. We need the seams. I can kind of visually see them, but we kind of need the seams. So it's kind of like this, right? There's this big drape fold that happens. Not this way, but this way. We kind of hit the middle line. So I'm going to sneak a little bit to this side. It's kind of through here. These boots are feeling a little thin now that I'm looking at them, but it's this big fold here that tells like a lot of this, like that. And then it was, as we're starting to get to like where the, so this is kind of a thing here, because like this is where like the deformation happens. So it's like you kind of don't want to do anything over that. But if you reinforced, like we have in the topology, at one point we had it, a loop right here. Basically how this is looping, it's pretty much the same loop. So it would make sense then to kind of like reinforce that loop like this way. Like there's a loop here. I'm gonna make this brush a little smaller, like 8. 1 or 2 size is a significant change in ZBrush. That's like another mistake, is like jumping from like 10 to 20 is like massive. It's like a completely different tool. So it's better just to do like itty bitty ones. And then it's always easy to kind of just Y out, right? And it's like, where do those go? Who knows? But you're just kind of like reinforcing this fold that's going to happen. This is happening here. I think it looped out here versus it doesn't cross over like the apex. Yeah, it doesn't do anything actually. And so this kind of just goes this way. And let's just basically copy it. On the inner, we have this fold here, which is it this fold? Is this the same one? I can't tell. Loops through, back up, so it makes like kind of a rectangle, and then Z, like really tight Z's back down, which I don't normally do something like that, but looks pretty good, I guess. So this one kind of looped back up, and then they have it Zing like this. My brush isn't small enough to do this, so I'm gonna go back to 6. See, when you have reference, it's a lot easier. I'm already finding, and if you copy like a really bold reference, you're like, hey, they did it, or it happened in real life, which is even better. But something like that. Then this fold here, and then these can just kind of fade off. I feel like we don't have to get too hard on this. I'm just gonna fade this one to that, fade this here. Back here, it's probably something. I'll just start making it up. Not fucking, never mind, let's go look at the reference. Oh, they have like some like hard leather details. I guess I could do that. So anytime you like do one of these seams, you can kind of imply that this is like reinforced, and you don't have to sculpt it. You can just leave it. It's probably time to get into the seam world before I go too far. But they kind of have this like seam pattern here with a loop around it, and there's a seam in the middle. And so you kind of don't have to sculpt back here too much. This is starting to alter the silhouette too, which is kind of nice. Like we might 3D model, actually like come in and keep these details in the 3D to have the boot be a little bit more varied. So I think it's seam time before we go too much further. I wonder what they're doing on the other side. I want this to be a little bit, let's go to back to 8, maybe 9 here, maybe a little bit bigger. And this is seam, I feel like this is like a somewhat larger, like almost structural fold. And then we got to come paint the seams up before I do any more of that. And we can, again, we're going to come use the layer thing and kind of beat this back down so it's not so veiny and bulgy. But that's the general vibe of that one. And design-wise, it's pretty much just from the front, like one here, and then it looks like something kind of similar on the other side. Is there a view of it? It's more on the front than it is on the side, actually, but it's fine. I see they're doing a lot of this, like big swoop, loop, loop. So maybe we'll try that on the other side, see how that feels. So, oh, that's when the mouse takes the mouse fight. So we have the seam. So it's kind of like we're in a big brush here. But if we also then do this way, and then it's like loop is something they do with a smaller brush. But so we do kind of like the big primary draping from a very strong part of the leather to like it's kind of compressing on itself a little bit, a little smaller, and then we do like another loop as it's like the leather's kind of folding up on itself here, right? All kind of terminating, however, at the this like pile of fold here. Looks pretty nice. Yeah, so doing whoop like that, that's kind of cool. Looks pretty nice. So we need the seam, and there's a little bit of that business back here, but not too much. I feel fairly confident to finish up the toe part. We have to finish up the seams before I go too further. There was a bit of a structural dance in there, but it's basically like, what brush is this? 8. I think we can go a little smaller here because they're just smaller folds in here. I could use maybe like a little bit more strength, but we're gonna tracing it in. So like right immediately from the strap, you could definitely see like one fold like right immediately in front of it. I need a little bit more. We need a little bit more resolution too, but this is keeping it like they'll be smooth when we subdivide further if we do it at this level. But there's like a loop like right in front of it that Y's out. And are we looping, is the tangent, I think tangent's always following kind of how this strap is. So then like another one, I'm gonna go a little bit bigger on this, like 6. I keep moving the viewport more than I'm painting, sculpting. And they're just kind of like bands following this that sometimes connect like that. But generally they're just like like that, like through here, like piling up cloth. Push into a negative a little bit here, which pulls these out. Push this negative in, and yeah, who knows how this ends. It's just gonna like feather this back into like straight. But see, so when they're all faceted like this, it means that they'll become smooth when we smooth them out. Versus if we're super high poly in this phase and we kind of draw these like really sharp edges, they stay sharp. What the fuck? This top view is actually kind of helping. All right, and so let me just take another peek at having a strong Y on the top looks really nice there, and then that's a seam. We'll call that a seam that has like a little bit of a piece there. So there's a bit of seaming we're gonna do. So the Y, there's like a Y like on the kind of like the toe edge that looks nice. We're a little low poly to be doing this, but I'm gonna go to 5, pump this to 25, and try to draw like a pretty, maybe we'll start it here. And it's a Y is basically like 2 folds that become one, like this. And they have like a really strong one. It was a little further down the toe as well, but I'm putting it here. I don't have these terminating in a way that makes like a ton of sense, but I'm gonna go Alt, gonna push in around it, push in around it, and push in and around it here. Here. Yeah, I don't really terminate the edges that much, but they're kind of, they're just kind of, oh no. They just kind of get like hidden in the mush back here. Like this. And so this is all like structural. Like it might end up in the actual mesh a bit too. So this is like actually, this is like 3D modeling more than, I mean, as much as it is high frequency sculpting. Oops, what the fuck was that? Okay, so kind of heavy, but I think all I want now is something, it just feels very empty here, so I think I'm just gonna do a loop, like a drape fold, just like this, like that. just to kind of fill in this space. And it can be much lower intensity, like 10. 10's pretty big. We haven't been sculpting a lot of 10, so kind of just something like here. We kind of don't cross the line, the apex line. There's going to be a seam there, so I probably should draw the seam first. Actually, I kind of like how this has gone. Like this, it's kind of echoing that a little bit, and then we imply that there's like a little bit of looseness happening here, and then I need the seam to finish it out. But I just need something to fill up this negative space here. I don't want it. Again, I don't want the reflection to be that flat. On something that should be kind of like this, like in a loose, whatever, witchery medieval look, and kind of sculpt that back in. Okay, so those are like the general boot sculpts from like the major landmarks, and then I'm gonna drop seams now, and then reinforce. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I have to bake this down now. This is fine. I want big pieces like this. We can always smooth them down. There's a lot of ways to like chill them out. But they look fine. I'm gonna bake these. We're gonna go higher. Okay, wait, what? Hold on. I baked. Why can't I go higher? A 3D mesh with subdivision history may partially modify it only while the last subdivision is active. What? What? What subtool am I on? I'm on the boots. We baked our things. Why can't I go higher? Do I have to... Did it already exist? Is that what's going on? I can't go higher? That's Control S. A 3D mesh with subdivision history may be partially modified only with the lowest subdivision level is active. Switch to the lowest subdivision or freeze. Delete the history. What? You know, I'm going to drop this mask out. Is that what's freaking this out? Delete lower? I don't want to delete the lower. What if I want to come back? What do you mean? Why can't I go higher? What am I doing wrong on this piece? Don't do that. Why? What? Divide, bro. Wait, that did it, right? That did it. There we go. Okay, so now we're in the millions. Big millions. So here's where like Damien Standard looks really nice. I don't know what was happening there. Oh. Kind of want to save as, but this is where layers are clutch, because like this is like drawing more than it's underlying sculpting. But anyway, yeah, we subdivided up, so now those like really chunky sculpts look smoother, maybe too smooth in certain places, but we can kind of come finish them in a bit. Okay, so now it's like detail time. This should be very small, like maybe even smaller than that. Radius 32 is pretty good, and we just got to get the brush feeling good before we go too far. Ooh, it means we need even like more resolution. I really don't want it though. I wonder if it's the step. So if I do 0.02, it's gonna be much deeper now. I need more. So let's try 25. Let's try 0.01. I think that's gonna be a lot. It's not bad. And then the draw size, we'll try 5. There you go. Okay, there it is. Maybe 4. That's pretty nice. So 32. Can I draw in 32? I can definitely still suck at it, but I'll try it at 32. So we're gonna drop seams and then reinforce the stitches or the big folds where we need to. This should have been. Oh my god, yeah. Never mind. I need like way more. Let's go like 50. This seam should have been done in the low poly, but I wasn't thinking that far ahead when I made it. I was just trying to make boots. I think I retoppled these boots like 5 times or something, so I was just trying to get anything. Ugh. It is a challenge to blend back like that. And it's only going to go that far. And then we'll smooth it out. And are we drawing on a layer? We are. Okay, good. And just trying to keep this even. And basically there's no reason to do this with the brush. You should have been in the topo. And we can come smooth all that out later. Damn it. Yeah, so this is not smooth brush work. People who are good at this, they can keep seaming and like you can't tell that they were different strokes, but not mine. And then smooth it, whatever, that's it. That's the seam. And okay, so let's go a little bit bigger. We're going right down the toe. Does it really go? It hides under the buckle. I like it. Let's hide it under the buckle. So this is like a big seam. So, oh, you're saving, okay. We'll go to 6. And it's just as deep. We're drawing like normal maps, basically. I forget what the color is on the normal map. If you've ever drawn in like Endu, you're drawing the negative normal. So pretty much right down the gate, right? So like here. And there's definitely a world where this seam should have been structural as well. Like modeled in those panels, but I kind of knew that this would be fine. So I need even more than that. Oh, you can like redo the stroke. I don't know. I don't really know how to do that yet, but you can draw the stroke and then do it over and over and over again. Which there's some like cool techniques for detailing like that, but I'm not there yet. That's very wobbly. Yeah, like, cause this could just be a subdiv with an like you basically just drop a loop down it. But this one's a little bit more, oh God, not good. Oh God, how bad is that? That's a kind of a big design call to where that seam goes. You kind of don't, in the end of the day, you don't really care that much. These are pretty like not sexy. Like they don't look great. I don't know what it is. I don't like design shoes, but they don't look cool. But I'm just gonna finish the detailing. I think their base proportion just looks goofy. They're not kind of cool. Not shaped nicely. Oh no, I'm gonna use my mouse. Uh-oh, what? There it is. Yo, what's up, man? And we hide it under there. And we could come smooth that out, but I don't really care. Normal map. Oh no. I'm gonna drop this back to like 30. And do the back. Wait, where's my seam? Oh, there it is. Yeah, so not the best here. Is there any way to do straight lines? Maybe. There's like, there are. I don't know how to do them though. There's like slice tools, like Control Shift Slice, and then you make like straight lines. Like they're straight in screen space and they project into the 3D space, you know? So like, you get that sort of stuff. But the best way to get straight lines is to do it in the topo. Like if you want a perfectly straight line, you do it in the low poly. Generally. If you're doing Dynamesh, you can like do slice. You can do like flat slices and stuff like that. But at this phase, it's kind of like you just do it. I think. So we're gonna kind of like there's a strap here. That's kind of what the cut is like. I kind of see it now. And this is like not that important either. But it's kind of like there was another strap here. And we're not masking the bottom. So let me mask the bottom real quick. I'm gonna undo that. So this one, flip it, mask it, bring it back. So now I can't sculpt on that. Now I can still sculpt on the in-between, so I mask this in Maya, but you know, at least we're not gonna wreck the soul at this point, though we're gonna retopo it. Boop. And so like this too, if you like really cared about how it looked, you should do this in the low poly. This is called like paneling. This is a little too strong, I can tell already. But like this paneling should be done in like quad draw, or you could do extracts and panel loops in ZBrush. And it's not sculpted in, it's like raised out and seamed. It's pretty close to how you model robots, shoes. But you finish it like slightly differently. So I'm gonna switch this to 5. This intensity is a little nuts. Go back to like 15. But yeah, if you want like full control over this paneling, drawing it's not the greatest. It's better to do it in the panel over panel over panel, and I think quad draw is the best tool for that. Unless you're good at ZBrush. Okay, we lost. A little too hard on we lost here. That's fine. This isn't symmetrical, so I'm having like a hard time controlling the design of it. But it's something like tangent's wrong. So like the tangent's something like this, but hitting this shape, it's kind of hard to draw. It'd be much easier to like 3D model it. For me, that's kind of working for me. We're gonna call it whatever this is. That's what it is. That's it. And then there's like a supporting edge around it, like here. Kind of. That's how we're gonna do it anyway. It's the back of the damn foot. We're gonna almost never see this in my stuff. sure. Something like that, right? So again, like I'm kind of like cheesing it because it's not going to be like a relief 3D object. Oh my god, it's so bad here, but we're going to go with it. I'm just like implying paneling, and it's just going to show up in the normal map. That's it. We're not going to actually. You would, if you wanted to do it like really nicely, you would relief it like this piece too. Every relief piece would be its own actual piece of geometry. Whether you kept the tangency or you pulled it off as an object, it's the better way to do it, and you have better control. Versus this looks like a hand drawn seam. It looks kind of weird actually, but it's the back of the fucking foot, so we're getting out of here. We done. And I'm just going to seam this down the middle and do like a little bit of sculpting on the folding, and the boots are done. That's not enough. This was like 30. Was this 5? I think it might have been. Laser radius. I need even like more laser radius, to be honest. And this stuff, that should be in the low top, although it worked out kind of okay here. This seam looks absolute garbage, but oh well. Back of the foot. It's a seam. Oh no, I got squirrely end. You know what? Fuck it. That's how it is. But yeah, so the art could be done better. The low poly could have been a little nicer. This should have been the sub D, because like basically like how, if you look really closely, how this flares a little bit, or like how these are paneled like this. Like I could have been doing this with a Damien standard tool, it would look awful, you know. So this is in the low poly. So is this piping. This piping's low poly. This is obviously low poly piping. Like you could try to sculpt this in, but it's gonna be really hard. This is a low poly pipe. So, you know, like the more you put it in the low poly, the just more control you have over it. These are entirely sculpted in though, so they came out okay. So you kind of just have to know at like what level you want to finish it, to make that decision. And I know cutting this corner here is like whatever, like really won't matter. I think I'm done actually. Let's just reform the straps a little bit. Though that could be done in Maya. I might do it in Maya. I think I'm gonna do it in Maya. So I think we're done with high poly. Oh, backwards, huh? So let's bake down. I'm just good with it. It's just like huge fold. That's just a normal map. Bake it. Okay. So I think thus concludes the ZBrush sculpt. Okay, hit F. There we go. Shoes are a funny proportion. They should be wider. Like they're just a weird, funny. They look terrible. The proportions overall, I definitely don't feel like I've hit it, but that's too late at this phase. Like you need. I mean, you would stay at like lower poly longer and work out silhouettes and whatnot. But I'm not gonna do it. I detailed as much as I want to, which is mostly the soft stuff. The hard stuff we'll just do subdiv right out of Maya. So let's save this. So it was 2 days of sculpting, and it probably could have been just like one long day, except I tried to make Go Z work and it never did. And I said. So this battle is far from over, however. Because I need to go back to Maya. And so what I want to do today to finish it, how long has this been? Only 2:20. I want to bring one piece into Substance Painter and do the correct workflow with vertex colors. And then once I have that workflow in my head, I can kind of think for the rest of the day, formulate what I need to do to finish this piece. This really could use some sculpting, but I'm just gonna leave it. Okay, so the next goal is to never come back to ZBrush ever. Be all done from here, but we need to export back to Maya correctly to do that. And there's certain processes possibly where we have to apply the vertex colors in ZBrush, and I've watched someone do that workflow. I'd rather not. I'd rather not do any vertex colors in ZBrush, if possible. Let's see here. So let's get Maya back open, and I could technically, Go Z from ZBrush back to Maya was fine. It was Go Z Maya to ZBrush that was crashing. So maybe I can get all of these back into a fresh Maya scene. One sec. You load up that Bifrost. I wrote back when I blogged, I used to blog about Maya stuff because I was making Maya plugins. And I wrote a blog about Bifrost, and the Bifrost developers were so angry. And I was like, I didn't care about working with companies back then. I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to write what I want. in the comments on it. I was like, oh shit, these developers are real people. Holy shit. I don't know. Okay, so let's see if we can GoZ this whole shit back in here. That would be the best. If I can just GoZ, what the hell is going on? What the fuck was that? Why was that not working? What is, this is still being weird. What the hell? Okay. Well, anyway, so I want to GoZ this, everything at this resolution. Now, I think you can't GoZ things that have history or something like that. You have to like delete the lowers. Okay, and then some of these are in like the 1.2 millions. You can't do that. You can't send a million. You can't send like a 2 million polygon object to Maya because you won't be able to export it. And their retopology tool, their decimation tools suck. Basically, they're not good. So we're here for ZRM Mesher. We're here for Decimation Master. We're here for sometimes UVing too. Honestly, they have some crazy UV tools here, more for like creatures than anything. But we're gonna retopple in UV and Maya. Anyway, any decimation happens in ZBrush, not anywhere else. So really, when it comes down to it, all that needs to go back is the shirt. I'll start isolating it. Let's see. It's this shirt that we sculpted. We don't need the chest. We don't need this. We don't need these. I didn't sculpt any of this stuff. Oh no, look how not finished that is. Oh well. The stitches, no. All the straps, for just scope, I mean, you could definitely sculpt everything, but it just takes a long time. So I'd rather just finish. Pants stitches, yeah, we need those. So anything we sculpted, anything we generated needs to go back into Maya. And then everything else I have in Maya already. So no point in trying to do it again. I'll just put the straps back on manually. I could just model them from scratch, to be honest. So none of these things. I was worried about how that was going to go actually. So, yeah, the bolt. You could definitely sculpt the bolts and whatnot. But, you know, you could spend a week sculpting bolts and like, how much do you really see them? That's for like AAA finish where you would have that kind of time. I'm not going to do that. Okay, glove upper. So I think this is everything that's sculpted. There's one bolt up there I need to get rid of. But glove outer. You know what? You know what we learned about GoZ? Fuck GoZ. That's what we learned about GoZ. We're going to not do GoZ. We're going to just export manually. Because there's not that many pieces. Now, what the hell is that? I need to find you. It's one of the bolts. Is it like, unfortunately, part of like the shirt or something? That would be sad. Nah, it's on its own. It's so funny to not have the sculpting on this part. That's probably a huge mistake, guys, honestly. I probably should sculpt like all of it, but I did not do that. Stitches, I just need to find this one bolt because I need to, these get exported by visibility. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. There it is. Okay, get out of here. Okay, so this is everything we did in ZBrush, basically. And I need these decimated, grouped, and sent back to Maya in a way that I can assign vertex colors easily. So when I send these back, there's polygroups, but I think I lose the polygroups unless it's going to apply a material. This is what I need to figure out. So the easiest one to start with is the shirt and the shirt stitches. So let's hide everything that's not those things. Get rid of my damn tablet at this point. Go away. And all my cables are tangled. It's a wireless Wacom tablet, but I don't trust it. And where are the legs? These things. I don't think that you can do folders in here. It's just a gigantic list forever. Oh well. Okay, so step one. This is fairly easy. This is 2 pieces. We saved. I'm going to save again. Let's do this before I go on. And we're going to say 08. And I'm going to say export destruction. There's probably a non-destructive way of doing this, but I'm going to just blow this shit up. Didn't sculpt this all the way, but it's still going to work out okay. You can always kind of cheese the normal maps in the end too in Substance Painter. Just paint a normal map in places you missed. And look reasonable. So this piece is 1.9 million polygons. That would crash Maya immediately, trying to even do anything to that. So we need to decimate, preprocess current. There's no way it's done. There it goes. Okay. 2 million polygons takes a minute. Yeah, there. That's about right. And it's writing this to a temporary file somewhere too, I think. That's like what ZBrush is doing, like behind the scenes. It's like managing all these like different like subdivision levels into some sort of like fast intermediate lookup. Wow, reordering. Yeah, writing to disk now. There it goes. Yeah, so that took 25 seconds for 2 million polygons. And then we go to 200's fine. It's a little bit much for Maya, but like I kind of want to see like 100, 150. Oh, you can just click this button. That's pretty cool. I might start just clicking this button, but let's do 150. Oh, polys and points. I've been kind of indiscriminately just doing this. Oops. Decimate current. Okay, so now it's 75,000. Plenty. I didn't even finish sculpting some of this stuff at all. But this is plenty. So that can go back to Maya. And the stitches, there should be 26,000. That's a lot of polygons. That's why you don't want to place this by hand. Okay, so these are shirt and stitches. If I export this as an FBX and importing it to Maya, keeps them as separate sub-objects, that's good. That's all I would need. And we're not worrying about poly groups yet, like certain objects. So let's see from here, with those visible, export. I wish there were some options here. We're gonna say to Maya, these are sculpts. They're not the high polys yet. The high polys is something specific. These are just sculpts. Stitches shirt. Interesting. So these names basically don't matter other than they make sense to me. So I'm going to call this shirt stitches 01. It's 2 objects. So we're going to do each object underscored. So we're hoping to get both of these as separate objects in Maya. No options. That's not good. Let me look at the Z plugin. Export. I want options. I want this. Visible, bin, import, okay, here we go. Export polygroups as mats. This is what we need. So I don't know what this export's doing, but I'm going to do it from here now because I need this. I need this to be for sure. And this doesn't give me any options. Unless this just uses the options from here, I don't trust it. I have no idea. 2020 visible. That's what's important. Binary. Yeah, that's fine. I think it's going to convert it all correctly. Options. Export here. I think that must have exported a OBJ or something out of there. I don't know. Shirt and stitches 01. Sure. Let's try this export. Yeah, much. What the fuck? Oh no, this is bad. I hope it's just skipping those because, you know, those weren't supposed to go. But we'll see. Okay. So in fresh Maya, we'll merge these all back as FBXs. I don't trust bringing this into my actual Maya file yet. ZBrush, Maya sculpts. Yeah, the other one was an OBJ. This is an FBX. Fair enough. Namespaces don't matter. There it is. Weird ass materials, but however, very weird. Very, very weird. However, perfect. Named correctly as well. And they're separate objects. So that is perfect. So let's get everything high poly into this one Maya file. Maya can't export too many polygons though. So we kind of have to like, we're going to maybe have to import for real into the main folder. This seems pretty reliable. Kind of so far. Definitely don't trust GoZ with this. This is kind of working. Let's just do it for, I'm just gonna do it for real. Let's go get the 05. No. And we're gonna pop it back into here. So this was the going to GoZ file, or going to Maya, or going to ZBrush file. We now need to basically bring together all the high polys to generate the low polys. Name them, materials, set them, vertex color set them. So it's a lot of processing before I can go back to, what's it called? Substance Painter. Okay, so we're on the 6th iteration here, and this is going to be the high poly assemble with the low polys. The sub D polys, the base meshes are still in there. And so now we're going to start to get naming conflicts, and I'm not sure how it's going to handle that. But these are the base. Though some of them are high polys once we convert them out, but this is the base. So let's see how this goes. We're just doing raw imports, so it's not so scary. ZBrush, sculpts. Should delete this, the OBJ. Okay, they're in there. So let's hide this for now. Stitches and a 200K or whatever, how many K, sculpted this thing. I'm really concerned on how the polygroups get done, but I think the decimation master does respect the polygroups. We'll find out. So we have the shirt and the stitches. Let's go get the pants, I think. It's the pants and the gloves and the boots. That's what we did. And if I forget anything, I'll come back for it. Shoulders, chest, pants. Okay, so next thing here is pants and pants stitches. F, like that. So we're gonna decimate and export these two, but I'll be right back. Okay, look at these pants. Look at the pants. 1.3 million polygons of pants. Let's make them much less I think you could just hit this. Current subtool. You know, I don't like being fancy. Let's just make it. Let's just have it work with that. Oh, bake all layers. Yeah, do it. Did it do it? Or I have to go do it. Did it do it? No, it's doing it. There it goes. I want this to be massive and like take over the screen. It's fine. Like, you're not supposed to do anything during that anyway. Only a madman would start sculpting during this. Reordering. Interesting. 22 seconds. Back to Z plugin. Oh, I just say decimate current. Like that. Hey, that one was real quick. 44K. Definitely lost a bit, but that's what I'm saying is, like, if you go too subtle on the layer, when you decimate, you kind of lose some, and then when you bake it, you kind of lose some. So sometimes it's better just to go like pretty hard. Like, yeah. So I don't know. We'll kind of see. These folds may not even make it into the final because of all of this, you know. You kind of start to lose it. If you don't push these hard, then Decimation Master kind of blurs them away. It's not too late to go back and push them, but I'm just gonna keep going on. So we have our pant stitches. We're going to export FBX. We do have polygroups, yeah. No, motherfucker, we do not. You lose the polygroups on the ZR on the. That's a problem. Hold on. Is there a way when you do a decimation that it keeps the polygroups? That's an issue for me. Keep UVs and poly paints. Okay, let me do something else. I could always ZR remesh instead. I forget. Let me see. ZBrush, decimate. Did I spell decimate right? I don't think I did. Decimate, keep polygroups. Yeah. Make me watch a video. So old. How do you decimate and keep polygroups? Damn it, it's the same video. I'd rather watch a thing about it. I'll look at these two real quick. Then I'll watch that stupid video. No. ZR mesher. Yeah. That's what I was saying. ZR mesh it. Use ZR mesh and you keep the groups, or you split them. Fuck. Let's see. No polygroups are exported. Oh, this is like a. Oh, look at Epic Games. It's Gears of War. I know those people. Fuck. Okay. If you split it by group, decimate. Now go to subtool and merge weld on. There's no way after decimating they would merge back, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. So if you need to keep this is what I was worried about. This is part of it. Is like something like this. Vertex colors, vertex colors, vertex colors. And if I try to select, if I set the vertex colors here, it's impossible. It's also impossible to do it in Maya. This will still crash Maya, or at least it'll take a very annoying amount of time. So this workflow gets even more kind of a pain in the ass, I guess. So it's already pre-processed. We undecimated. We're back to here. Well, I'm gonna have to pre-process anyway. So let's look at the groups here. So we have polygroups, an insane amount of polys, whole lot of polys in there. Wow. ZBrush is crazy. Look how fast this viewport is. It doesn't give a single fuck. It's crazy. So what I have to do is split them by polygroup into separate subtools, and then, oh fuck, that causes so many other issues though. So let me look at ZR mesh. ZR mesh is that's ZR mesh really changes a lot though. But let's look at it. I mean, that's why we use ZBrush is for this tool alone. Can you keep groups? Keep groups. Oh god, that's pretty good. Keep groups. Smooth groups? No, I don't think we want you to smooth them. Keep creases. We don't have any. Target. Fuck, what? Let's do half and keep going down. This is not as nice. I don't like this as much as we're gonna lose a lot of stuff in this process. But if it keeps the groups, that's pretty good. Well, let's see how it goes. ZR mesh. Gimme. Half is still like 750,000 polygons, so maybe we should have gone for a target instead. But well, that's a formula going right there. That's a function. This would crash every other program in the world, even Houdini. I swear to God, like processing this many polygons and like actually having it finished is kind of insane. Did it do it? Oh shit. Yeah, look at my sculpt. It's all gone. My sculpt. I lost it. That's pretty damn good. Damn, that's really good. 140. Dude, that's smooth. And the polygroups are still there. ZBrush, Jesus. That's great. That's amazing. And so my folds are gone. So if we go this route, you need to sculpt hard. Like you need to leave those. The sculpts need to be big, or else you're gonna lose them in this phase. Okay, so to keep polygroups, we gotta go ZR. Oh fuck, but like look at this though. Like this, they get. You know what? I didn't smooth. So I'm gonna go back. Look how fast that going back is too. Every other program in the world, I swear, will crash. It's like, oh yeah, sure, yes. Go back to the 100 million polygons, no problem. Whatever, 1.1 million. That's crazy. Let's do the smooth, because otherwise it gets kind of faceted, and try it again. So I guess we're gonna ZR and mesh everything and keep groups for objects that have polygroups. Otherwise, I prefer Decimation Master has like an incredible formula. It just like does a great job. This keeps it quads though. It doesn't matter, but it's kind of nice. But Decimation Master topology goes back into Substance Painter fine, that's the important part, is that it keeps. Okay, so this is still a bit like, but we'll see. I'm a little concerned that that's going to show up in the bake, which is definitely not what we want. But we've got polygroups, and it's 150K. That's reasonable. So let's try it. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. So just double check. We're going to get these two pieces back into Maya now. Should I just smooth them? Like hit this with the smooth brush real quick? I mean, this is my high poly, and I don't want this, so I suppose why not? Get my damn tablet back. And then I lose this seam. I kind of need to redraw. Yeah, see, the ZR mesh really loses this quite a bit. I almost need to like re-sculpt in after the ZR mesh, and then it's back. That fastening is back. I don't really like this so much. Wow, I can't believe how fast it switches back. Well, we'll accept it for now. This is maybe like not the greatest. I need these polygroups though, because there's no way I can there's no way in hell I can select that any other way. Or you assign them or you do it. You know what? The other way to do it is to even if I assign them like now, in like or like back a step, I assign the vertex color painting. If I ZR mesh it, those are new vertices, and you're gonna lose it. So you can't. It's still not gonna work. This is okay. I'm just like ZR mesher just does like you lose a lot of details, and I don't know. But this does satisfy the requirements of what I need for it, but it's not my favorite. Let's export. So this is pants and stitches. For the pants, it just goes through all the subtools, but it doesn't export them. So that's good. This is our new assembly file. Crazy material. Kind of cool, actually. File imports. I gotta delete this OBJ. It's throwing off everything. Come here. Uh-oh. Where are the pants? Where are the pants? I just see stitches. I don't see pants. So I'll do that again. What happened there? Pants. Do I need to like do something? What the fuck? There's pants here and there's stitches. What did I do? And they're even the ones selected. What the hell? Try this again. Plugin. Export. Polygroups as mats. Does it not like that? That's what I want. Visible. Yep. Selected. Can you select multiple subtools? I don't think you can. Export. I don't know if I'm not doing anything different, so I don't know why I expect this to be different, but let's see. We'll just try doing just the pants next. I have a feeling this... What happened? ZRM mesh just is straight polys. It's not like a special object. It's just... Is it the name? Nah, it brought it in. It brought the node in, but it didn't bring in the geometry. Shit. What is that? No, it didn't bring in the node. Is it a conflict of the name? Like, what if I just do this? I don't think it was a name, and if it was a name in conflict, it should like tell me. It was a name conflict. Weird. Okay, it's a name conflict. So I gotta like give all of these names. Damn it. That's a huge pain in the ass. There's a fast way of doing that. It's like you like double click them all. You like select them all. Then you type like star underslash or something like that. There's a way of batch renaming all of those, adding a suffix to them, because that's what's gonna have to happen. But I'll just do it one at a time. Okay, so they're in here. And it should be relatively easy to select by material. Here, these crazy ass ZBrush materials that came in. They're named though, at least. So what I can do is like say I want to select like, oh no, this isn't a different material. Whatever, that's how it's going down. If I want to select like this leg, I should be able to do select objects with material. Oh, is that gonna crash? I can see that crashing. Or not. Hold on. Select object with material. Oh, that's not good. This. Select objects with material. Those ones. Oh, was it this? There it is. Now that's an easy selection, and I can say I would convert it to verts. Well, I could convert to verts now. This one. Those are now selected, which would be a massive pain in the ass to select any other way. And then I can apply vert colors, which I don't have a thing for. So that's my workflow. I don't know if that's like a good one or not, but that's what I'm planning on doing. Some thick ass meshes here with some crazy materials. Save. Gloves and boots. That's it. Next. So we're ZRM meshing if I need the polygroups. That was not planned. We don't, all we need is this. I don't need the, oh, look at the insides. Oh. I do not need the strappies. I'll do the straps in Maya purely. These are masked. Let's drop the mask. These are polygrouped. So we're going to ZR mesh. Rip. Okay, so crap, that's not what I was planning on. And that's why this is why this is the destructive phase. We're just going to ZR mesh this to death. You can't go back. What do we do here? Half. Keep groups. That's the whole point. And smooth. Let's see. That's how it goes. 1.8 million polygons. This thing is processing 100. It's processing 2 million polygons. That's crazy. So this one has polygroups. So I would just like keep in the back of my head. Well, I mean, I kept it pretty well. Let's see. What is this? 250? That's a lot, but I think that'll be okay in Maya. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. But I like this stuff. I'm like less confident that it handles it, but that ZR measure is insane. Okay, so let's do just this piece. And we're gonna need to rename apparently before we import. So Export polygroups as materials, and we call this just boots. Yeah, there we go. Boots. Okay. Nope, still writing. Still writing. Still writing. I think it's done. Okay, so we can't have something called boots. I'm just gonna put a bunch of names after it, and we'll import it in. Oops. Boots. There they are. Big polys and different pre-selected things here because this is important. Okay, and last should be the gloves. And this is working out fine. I've never done this whole workflow this way, and it's working pretty well. So hooray. Though it's not for real until I get this into Painter. But once I get the first one into Painter and it works, then we're chilling. Yeah, so if I had sculpted everything, I'd have to do this for everything. You know, it's take a very long time. Glove upper. Okay. Let's take a peek at this. So, if I do it this way, each sub-object will still come on its own, and the important one is that glove outer, glove upper, glove lower has polygroups because I'm a scrub. I should have just made them separate objects, and we wouldn't have to do it this way. So how many polygons is this? That did get sculpted, and it's 150. That's a lot. So that's kind of fine. I might leave that one. Glove lower. That needs to get decimated. Those are fine. 300? We could almost bring this into Maya. But the problem is Maya can't export. I forget what the Maya polygon export limit is. So there's a world where like I actually have to send this high poly back out. Oh, this is so confusing. From here. So this still might not work out. But I'm going to decimate these things like way down. Because this whole thing goes into... And it's two of them, actually. Well, I guess that's reflected here. But this whole thing needs to go back into Substance Painter, and Maya can't export like 10 million polygons. Like, it has a very hard limit. So, we really need to beat this like way down. So, I'm going to just ZR remesh these, I guess. We'll see how it goes. So, ZR remesh. Let's go to half. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what we're doing. Let's see. The Maya step is a little bit... Actually, no, I need to trace these damn things anyway. I gotta... Holy shit, that's still a ton. We'll go half again. I didn't really sculpt this one that much, so I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay, next one. Let's do the glove lower. This is a big one, so we want to leave it at like maybe like 150-ish. Half, keep groups, adapt. Yeah, let's go for it. Only 1 million. My new love for ZBrush. It does the things that I need it to do. It's a nightmare. It's a full ass nightmare, this program, but it does the things. ZR mesh, and then, oh, what the fuck? I guess it's going to put them each as their own. 250, that's still a lot. I'm going to try it one more time. Let's go half. So like you just sculpt all that stuff into it, then slowly you start to just kind of, this will just generally kind of smooth it all out, and it kind of just starts like going away. But it's still there, but it's like, and then eventually it's literally just a normal map that's like 1024 or something. It's just some tiny normal map. But still, it's still like the most intuitive workflow for this. I still think I like it. Just takes time and a lot of very technical things to remember. That's pretty good. Let's go to the glove outer, and that's way too much for that. So this doesn't have polygroups, so I could decimate this one, and I kind of like decimating. So let's do decimation master, preprocess current. It's not that big, shouldn't take too long. Yeah, fast. Okay. And then we're going to go to, it's currently 325 points. So this is quite a bit lower. So let's do current. Ooh, that's nasty. What? Okay, never mind. Maybe the ZR remesher is better. Let's try the ZR remesher. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe ZR remesher is the move. Let's go half. Keep groups. Not that we have any, but sure. Keep groups probably informs the ZR remesher to keep the borders of the polygroups continuous and with matching points for merging if you were to split them. So I think. So there's some like tricks you could kind of do for with polygrouping edges if you wanted to. That would probably keep like much better quads. Okay, I take it back. You know, ZR remesher looks better. And I'm not, I mean, we have a lot more polygons. So maybe that's what it is. But let's try this. Any less than that for this hand, I mean, it's like there's a lot of stuff happening. I just don't know if Maya can handle exporting all of this back out. So we might have to do the final high poly prep here too, which we still can, but we still need something in Maya to trace for topo, retopo. Okay, hands looking cool. And let's give this a shot. This is going to be kind of a big one. Let's go to export all the things, keep the polygroups. So we're going to get like a ton of materials in Maya. This is a full workflow, man. So much steps. Just call this gloves. Gloves. You know, if I start calling these things sculpt, then there won't be naming conflicts. Gloves sculpt. Oh, you're still writing. All done. Okay. And file importeth the gloves sculpt. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. So that makes me think that we gotta do. I'm just gonna put numbers at the end of this. I'm pretty sure it's. Oh no, I'm pretty sure it's conflicting. The subtools. It doesn't matter what you name them. These are the conflicts here. It's these nodes. Maya does not auto name them. It doesn't like rename them. It's just like, no, never mind. Don't do it. It might be something with the namespace import settings, to be honest. But that should do it. I'll just manually namespace change them. That's why getting two MetaHumans into Maya is like, it's a thing. Yeah, so being clever and renaming them does absolute jack shit. Okay, so those are looking good. See everything. So basically I can do selections now by material. On top of that, a lot of these are different subtools, but that was the idea. Okay, so let me generate the high poly. So these are the high polys, clearly. So the test is, let's do the pants. These. I need to be able to get these into Substance Painter. So there's a couple things at play. I'm going to retopple them really fast, and maybe I'll do a better one after. This comes in as one object. That kind of doesn't matter. Wait. I'm going to merge these eventually into one object. And then there's a material for it at the end. But before I overwrite the material, I need to use the materials as selections in Maya to assign this as one mesh to have different vertex colors. A vertex color for the padded cloth, the same vertex color for the leather, and then a vertex color for the stitches. And the material is only important on the low poly. So there's a world maybe where actually if I merge these together and they have different materials here, that Substance Painter can interpret the different materials as the color ID. So I might not have to even do vertex colors. So that's the first goal, is get this one piece to Substance Painter, establish the workflow, and then we're good. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to say these are my high poly. And before I commit them like together, I have to test a couple of things. So we'll put this into, these are also high poly, but I'm just going to say like HP bin for now. Like we're not ready for you. Just this. Just these two. And we don't really need the stitches when we're doing the low poly. So we're going to just do a really quick retopo on this thing. Goodbye, Wacom tablet. Until we get back to Substance Painter. So I'm just going to retopo these real quick. These are pretty easy. And we don't even need the stitches. So we're going to make, let's save high poly assemble. Is that still correct? We're actually out of high poly assemble. We have all my high polys in here. But we're going to have to prep them. This is kind of like an intermediate Maya step, but I'll save it like this. 7. We're basically in retopo, but I need to spend, after this, I need to just organize my my high polys again. But that's not the priority. I need to make sure this workflow works. So we're either going to identify color IDs by material or by vertex color. And I have a feeling we can do it by material coming out of Maya. I hope. Okay, so we're going to make this thing live, and the topo begins. Quad draw. And we go dupe. Is this the final one? Should I spend that much time on it, or should I just like bang this thing out? I feel like I should just bang it out, and I'll come back and maybe do like better topology after. We'll see. That being said, I just drew like an awful lot of polygons. Okay, so then the loop that matters next, we'll just draw this first loop. It's like the crotch loop, and then we'll draw the leg loop to match it. And we'll try to just keep it to 8, and then use the flippy tool, or the edge loop tool in quad draw to add more. Okay, so still might be too many, but quad draw is pretty flexible. Oh, that didn't draw. Yeah. This is too far. No, I figured. There it goes. Got it. What? Okay, so that's the crotch loop. So let's do the leg loop, and then we'll blend them across here. I think for this finish I'm gonna go for like MetaHuman resolution, so these are pretty high poly in the end, but we still start low. So we'll take the leg here. We can go pretty big quads to start this. Leg is pretty much a straight cylinder. This stitch almost defines the middle. We can go straight to 8. I know how to handle this. So 2. I mean, they're basically segmented by these stitches here. 2. Now I'm getting confused. Wait a minute, hold on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2 here, is that it? I confused myself already. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8. Okay, so that's an 8 loop. And it definitely is going to have a lot of subdivisions to try to hold a little bit of the padding silhouette. We're at the minimum going to 16. 32 is, as long as it's quads, rigging 32 polygon, like rigging a 32 around leg should be okay, because we use this thing. I use this tool, and I use the grow. That's why I have this now. The technique is using this and then growing selections in quad loops. It's not so terrifying. So this, let's see how this lines back up. That's gonna not work. Let's see, so we need at least a loop there. And so let's see how this fills out here. We don't really care how many it takes to go around, as long as it matches the leg is all that matters. So we have this kind of, are we gonna bridge here? And then is this pulling too much there to start to pull it like that? That seems, that's probably not the place to lose it. I'm gonna go back. I think we kind of want to hold. Oh, we can go triangles actually at this point. We could. It wouldn't be the worst. The only problem is rigging triangles sucks, because you start to lose your edge loops. But we kind of want to hold. This stretches a lot, so we kind of want to have these rings to allow it to deform before it starts to meet back up with the crotch here. So I might go for something like, we want lots of these really, but only to a certain point. What are we going for here? Oh, I was going for that. So we're still radiating out. Then we start to kind of care about how this deforms up here. I mean, I'm sure there's like a really standard way of doing crotches or whatever, but still learning it. And then at this point, it's really this ring here is what's gonna kind of, when we skin it, this is the ring that we're really looking at. These are like the transition rings, and we can always come in and do more. And so how do we want to bring this back into this? There's a couple different ways. I kind of feel like that's a big polygon. I don't know about this. But at some point it needs to fully transition back to just being like a belt, like that. So that's getting to be a lot in there already. As in, if I subdivide this whole thing again, it's going to be like too much in there. Like that's going to be a kind of a pain in the ass to wait, I think. So this is maybe too much resolution here, meaning that this row is too much. Like this should be the transition row. Keeping in mind that this whole thing's going to almost get like a smooth over it at some point. So maybe bringing these back together and just distributing this down the leg just a little bit. I think that was getting really bunched up in there. Okay, we're not able to grab this. 8's pretty hard to describe a leg. Like it kind of, oh, we haven't connected. That seems okay to have it like something like this. Maybe like a little bit. Just spread that out a little bit more. I can always smooth it. Once we kind of like define an edge, I can kind of say I want things roughly about this big and then hit smooth, and it'll kind of try to do that for me. So it pushed him in the wrong direction for me. So how do we want to connect this? Like at some point we need to start considering that we want to transition into like what the knee is going to need to deform. The upper body doesn't really, the upper leg doesn't really like twist or anything too much. On the MetaHuman it actually kind of does, but the MetaHuman has bones for the butt and this part and this part and this part. So I can't say I know like the perfect topology to fit the MetaHuman, but that's kind of what this is about, learning too. So we might as well just call this all the way down to here, and we'll just drop divisions if we need to, but it's like a natural break. And I'm not going to model the knee in, though there is like, there basically for all intents and purposes is a knee bone and a back. There's a bone for like this part and a bone for the front part, and the front part like scales. So the knee gets bigger to like stop the, to kind of like do like a dual quaternion, like cylinder fold. It, like this part gets bigger and this part gets bigger too. Like the bone scales, I think, in the pose thing, the pose asset. So I don't know if I'm supposed to put like a knee pad type topology in there, something like that, to give it something to stretch, because otherwise it's going to stretch like, you know, like a weird box. I just don't know. But we need to transition to this ring at this point. So we could either really stretch this one out, which is going to be, it's okay. It kind of becomes this. I'm not really sure. I need to do like a, well, we have to skin it basically. And then this could, oops. This is rather large. This is like massive polygon here. Is it this? I guess that's not so bad. And then we can kind of redistribute this up here. Just smooth that out. And yeah, I don't know. I probably should just look at some reference. There's no need to like reinvent the wheel with this thing, but oh yeah, we gotta reconcile this whole thing together. Jesus. Oh, I gotta match these all out. Man, I mean that's what happens with the crotch and the underarms. Can be the same thing. Is you just gotta get a bunch of polygons in there. Oof. Okay, let's see how this folds out. This is here, and so we're gonna need a loop there to finish this out. Okay. Have a little star on the butt, so we're not like trying to hold like butt topology all that well. We're just gonna do this. This is it. The smooth tool is like everything. Like you kind of do like an okay job, and the computer's like, okay, it fixes it for you. You just don't touch the borders, and then clean up the borders yourself. Ooh, this star here feels kind of weird, kind of scary, but we'll see. And then at this point, once we like nail this down, it's about just dropping subdivisions, and it shrink wraps it perfectly for you. You just have to define like where you want the loops. This stuff is hidden, like it must end at this stitch, so we're pretty safe even up here. But we'll try to kind of clean this up a little bit here and try to push it back into like even squares. But we don't see that up there. This is bad, but we'll kind of want to keep the tangents like smooth and moving in the right direction. This will be my life in a little bit when I have to come rig this part. It's the problem area. Relax it based on these new borders. This is kind of like hammer skin weights of retopo at this point, like this kind of move. And this is the weird boy right here. This is weird. It's like where do we push this? We don't have like a line of verts that are like straight down. We have like the crotch, and then it's like weird transition into this. So the star is there. It's kind of bad. This one's fine to hide on the butt, I think, but this is a little weird. But as we add more subdivisions, each one matters a little bit less. And there's a world where we basically do like manual weighting with this low poly one, then subdivide it, and then copy skin weights from this to the high poly one, which I might try that on this project. So we'll just pull these out. That kind of didn't go so well or something. I think on the inside, or is this okay? It's just like they're like a weird color or something. Oh, you know, it's just the transparent blue over pink. Makes it look different, I guess. Yeah, so we'll just finish it out like this. So this one's really low poly, but it's fine. It's just we're just gonna go test the pixel workflow or the material workflow. That was too far. We would obviously do this low poly part with the boots as well to make sure that the low polys seam nicely, but for right now we'll pretend like they don't exist. Yeah, so that's kind of like a quick retopo. And the final, we're gonna go at least one subdivision higher than that. I mean, even here, I'll just start breaking this up a little bit more. And it shrink wraps it for you, and then you just relax. So another big Maya plus. You can there's like a kind of an equivalent of this in Blender, but it's pretty garbage. And the other program is Topogun, I think, that does this. I forget. Yeah, I think it's Topogun, but I think it's better to do it in Maya. Like I need another program to export to. Manage the licenses. Damn it, get up there. Oh, fuck. What's your problem, man? There we go. So what we really need is radial resolution, but we're just gonna test the baking. But this is like very, very, very low game resolution, very not squares either. Okay, let's sim. Oh, this is a bit bad. Okay, let's sim and bake this. Try to get the settings correct into. How come it's so many subdivisions here and like 3 in the back? How did that happen? So this is radiating around. We don't have like a very good belt access. Anyway, this top has issues. And then this is like mid. I mean, it has to transition to the butt. The star would be much better to be like here, which we could still probably change that. But it's not final topo, so I'll deal with it then. Okay, so let's get this into solo. This is the retop. Has a couple weird issues. So before we go to high poly with that, I need to kind of like relook at it, or not higher poly for the final skinning. This would be super easy to skin, though. It'd be kind of nice to keep it like this. So I'm gonna scale this, and then hold X and snap it to 0. That was kind of weird looking, but I think that did it. Or are we one off? Oh no, no way off. Fuck. What happened? Oh, hold on, I screwed something up. Oops, what? Oh, it's live. Oh, this always happens. Okay, it's live. You gotta turn off the live. There we go. That's fine. I mean, there's a lot to be done before we subdivide again. So you end up modeling this stuff like over and over and over and over again. But each one has like kind of a different parameter of like what you're trying to get done. This star is awful here. It's really ugly. But okay. So there's this piece now. Let us mirror it. Oh, here it is. Boom. Cut geometry, no. Combine, yes. X, okay. Mirror. Not merged yet. So then we're gonna take it. I don't know how to, I gotta get the poly count back. Merge, merge. I can't tell because I don't have my thing, but assuming it worked. And these are insanely low poly, but enough to test sculpting, edge, soften. Yeah, okay. And we can hard edge and stuff like that, but mostly the transitions get hidden. You never really see like the actual transition. And I will thicken these eventually. Actually, maybe I'll try that now. Actually, this one doesn't need it. You'll never see it, but it's kind of safe to do like this. But I'm not really sure how exactly how the bake, or like what the bake's gonna do in there. I'm not really sure how that works. So for now, I won't do that kind of stuff. We do need to UV these real quick though. And then we'll test the bake. UV. Came with some crazy ass UV. I'm surprised it has UVs at all. So we'll just do camera based and oops, wrong viewport. So we'll probably slice them pretty much like Marvelous would do it, I think. Makes sense. So we'll take it to here and cut them here and cut them. Are we cutting them right down the middle, or like they'll just let them open up? Let's just open them up for now. Shell, unfold. Oh, what? I was expecting them to split apart. How come they're not split apart? They should be two pieces. There's a seam. Oh no, I'm dumb. No, I'm very dumb. You cut them through here. I forgot this seam. Yeah. Spin a second. Here. Again, quads for the win. Okay, cuts. Boom. Unfold. Unfold. So not exactly Marvelous Designer UVs at the moment, but there's things we can do if we need to get like perfectly straight leg version of them, but then it wouldn't be like accurate to do it that way. So I'm just gonna place these by hand for now. Good enough. Okay, time to try to go to Substance Painter and we'll see how this goes. So, UV'd. Oh, materials? Materials don't matter yet. They don't matter yet. They will soon though. Standard. Yeah, okay. So, important now is that I'm going to start renaming everything to stop name conflict. So we're going to call this MHW pants low. Name matters an awful lot. Save. Oh, big file. So where are these high polys? These. Are we in solo probably? Yeah, there they are. Okay, so we have the low polys. They are UV. They have a material. It's like Fong 1 default. And then we have these. And these currently have different materials on them. I really wish I need to get that back. Let me just go get it. Maya show poly count. Display heads up poly count. Display. Oh, it's heads up. I see. Here it is. Okay. Poly count. Oh, thank God. They're back. Okay. So how much is this? What are we looking at here? Faces 178. That's not bad. We're under 200,000. Maya might be able to handle this. So this is kind of destructive at this point. I'm going to duplicate these and then combine this all together. I think this has to, yeah, it has to be combined because it has to be one mesh named high to work. So we have to combine these, the stitches and that. We didn't lose materials. Good. Let's hide these ones. Oh no. What's all this? I just confused myself. Oh, these are the originals. Where's the actual mesh? It's down here. Okay, so history, transform gone. And I'll put this back in the high poly folder. So this now needs to be called MHW pants high. I think it could be in this node too. I don't think it matters. So the question is, will Substance Painter bring in these materials as separate material IDs in the masking? That's the hope. Okay, so I got to export these one by one now. There's no fancy way to go to Painter. This is fine. This is the cathartic end once I finish all of this. Maya to sub Painter. This is the MHW pants low. This name doesn't matter, however. I don't think we have to do anything fancy there. That's the low. These are the high. All that matters is the name here. These names are all that matter. Export selection. I guess they can just go into the same folder. Kind of makes sense. High. Okay. So this is the moment of truth. If otherwise, I have to do it with vertex colors, which is kind of a pain in the ass. It'd be great to not have to do that. Oh, you're still living. I think we're good with you. Yeah, you save. A quick save saves the project, right? Like, that's like saying save. Saving. It's got to be it. So I don't have to save as. That's got to be saving it. Oh man, wow, that's a big save. Holy shit. I mean, whatever. I can redecimate again if I need to. Okay, so it's Substance Painter time. This is now an expensive group of software because I pay for full enterprise licenses of all these. I don't pay for Marvelous yet. That one's not that expensive. And that I don't think it's subscription. I think it's like $1,800 for just like a full license perpetual. But the other ones, these are expensive at my tier. Okay, so let's do new. Sure, 2K, yeah. Witcher, Maya, 2 Painter, low, pants low. Not doing any of this stuff. Cameras auto unwrap. Not really. No. And import mesh normal maps and so, okay, this is if you already have some normals baked from like a different program. We don't have to do that. Okay, cool. This is phase 1 where things go wrong is if you have like bad topology here or they're not UV'd correctly. It's not working. It already doesn't work. Okay, seems fine. Yeah. Super low poly. So then we go to texture sets. So it's Lambert. Hey, we have real Maya. It's a Lambert now. It's not a freaking Fong. And we're gonna bake. Oh my god. Let's go to 2K. Let's go get our high def meshes, which is only this one for now. You grab all of them usually. Diffusion. Use cage. I don't remember. I'm gonna just pump this a little bit to like here. Relative to bounding box, average, normal, ignore backface. I don't know. 2, match by mesh name, underscore low, underscore high. That's how we did it. No preferences for that. World space normal, doesn't matter. ID map. Okay, here this one matters. So material color. I think it might work with material color. Otherwise, I have to do vertex color. So let's try material color. Does it hue shift? Reads the material color from the high definition, works only in FBX files. Oh, perfect. That's going to be absolutely perfect if this works. This is the ID. This is what we're testing. Ambient occlusion. Ignore backface. Only same mesh. We don't need a ground plane. Like if the shoes wanted to have it, no, it wouldn't make sense. Ignore backface. I don't remember. Cosine. I don't know. Curvature. Generate from mesh. Yep. Position. Thickness. Should be reasonable. Okay. Let's bake it. Ooh. It looked pretty good. Okay, so the baking overall worked. Again, like, so once you do all the things and it's like, I mean, this is a little low poly still, but like I could go a little bit harder on some of these because like once you decimate or ZR mesh and then bake it, they're just little normal lines on a low poly mesh. So you can go pretty harder. Though these seams are normal seams, so they're working pretty hard. I could have gone harder on some of these pieces, but we'll see. Okay, so the next thing to test is if the ID maps actually worked. So we want to say that this is cloth, is a color, the stitches are a color, and the leather is a color, or a smart material in this case. So let's look at the smarts. This the smart ones, yeah. Is there smart cloth? Yeah, there are for sure. Fabric. Oh, those are like crazy. I mean, it can be anything at this point, but I mean, it's better. Let's try this one. It's kind of, nah. I bet you there's like a medieval cloth somewhere. I just gotta go find it. But let's start with like the leather, I guess. So I forget which one I like. I think I like the not so shiny one. I think this one I like just from before. Okay, so it needs some work. But so the idea now is to say like, okay, I only want it on this, right? So we're gonna do a mask from color selection, hopefully pick color, and oh my god, I think it's gonna work. Boom, just on that one. Oh, so good. Can you add though? I don't know. I guess we're just gonna have two of these. So I'm gonna duplicate this. Oh my god. Hopefully it's this. And then the color selection we change to this one. And oh my god, it works. Thank goodness. Incredible. And then any like funny stuff, you basically come back and like just like paint it by hand, or you say fuck it, and that's what it is. But this is it. So we're gonna do it by color. I think something went wrong here, clearly. Those stitches, it's like not enough resolution or something, so the bake needs to be redone, actually. The stitches barely show up. There's like something wrong with the resolution on the stitches, so oh well. Maybe this is again why like in games you kind of make things like huge stitches, because it's like there's not enough resolution once you come back into here to hold it. Yeah, so the bake settings are a little off to hold those itty bitty stitches, so that's kind of the problem. Did they even show up in the selection map? But oh well, you can always just kind of cheese paint them. Like you can just paint them on as normal maps in a color here by hand. Just takes a long time. So let's see what we got for cloth here. What you got for me? Fabric suit. I mean, this could be turned into what I want with a little bit of play. It's pretty gridded. Fabric denim, fabric basic, fabric bamboo. This fabric suit kind of does it for me. I could make that one work with some modifications. That one's pretty good too. It has like this big, I wish the lines were straight up and down. I think this suit might do it if I chill it out. Or maybe this rough aligned. I'll try this rough aligned one. So put this at the top. Oh my god. Yeah. That's going to work out fine for me, actually. So then we'll do a color map. Then we select it from this one. Yeah, it doesn't do the stitches. Oh, wait a minute. Why don't I have a thing for the stitches? Do I need to UV the stitches to have them show up? What don't I understand about this? Okay, I misunderstood. How do I get the UVs for the stitches? How would you apply them? Huh. They are kind of different colors, I think because of the height. But I don't know how to, I can't like apply a material to the stitches. And why is that? Because it has to be in UV space. So I guess the question is, if I zoom in far enough, I don't know how to zoom in. Oh, there they are. Oh, there they are. I see. Oh, okay. No, they're there. Okay, I get it. Oh, is it complicated? Holy shit. But okay, that's fine. Can I cancel this? I guess I'll just repick it. So they are a different color. That's kind of cool. Awesome. I have never finished an asset to this level of detail. Pretty cool. So let's scale this thing. Size. Is that what it is? Size. There's just no regular scale. What are we doing here? These are just defaults. I'm assuming it's this. And I'm assuming wrong. I'm going to go back. What happened here? I'm going to delete you. I broke it. And fabric rough. Can I close this? Nope, okay, I can't. Color selection, this one, this one. So this should have like a scale somewhere, like a world scale, so that the fabric's not so gigantic. I thought it would be this. What am I doing wrong here? Is it this? Oh, it's this. Okay, here we go. 2, 4, 6. 6 seems pretty good. Sometimes pretty good, sometimes a shit. Yeah, so we didn't have enough projection. That's weird. It like did some weird projection here with that. And are we missing a line? Yeah, there's like a line here, but it came out like that. So there's like some big tolerance settings that are a little wrong. But for me, I would be like, oh well, I would just leave it. But it's cool that the stitches are a different color. I don't know what color they are, to be honest, but they're a different color. Let's try to make them gold so I can like really show that they're different. I'm just gonna scale the leather, which is I guess this one, this one, this one. Is it this? Where's the smart leather material itself? Oh shit. Is it this? It's this one, I think. Scale. So if I do 8, oh there it is. 10. Okay. I'm not sure about that leather, but we'll work on it later. This one, as in this is not the final anyway. 10. Did I even do anything? Oh, it's like a different type of material too, or something. Something's a little bit different about this material. I can't quite put my finger on it though. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Don't be selected anymore. I like this 3D look. What's this thing? Get away. There we go. I got. Pretty cool. I'm gonna make the stitches gold just to make sure I actually have control over them. I think I do. Pure gold. Okay, my normal settings are not great. There's like some weird shit happening. But that's just, we can just rebake and bake and bake and bake again until we get the settings right. But the test here is if I can color select just the stitches. Now that's kind of like yeah, it's just like the resolution of the stitch. I mean, they're so small on this, so they're technically like trying to be gold. Yeah, it's trying, but again, it's like I said, it's like you know the sculpting and detailing, and it's like 4 pixels that's gold, and then depending on, you know, if you're rendering from like here, they're nothing, right? So you have to be like up in it to really even care too much about these details. I kind of want them just to be white, but that's it. This is what we're here for. So that's the test. So we're gonna use color maps in Maya, and that's great. It'll work out perfectly. So let's just bake these out, and it is even worth it. I guess I'll just take a screenshot of this, but I'm glad it worked. Like this. How do you hide this? Is it this? What's this doing? What did that just do? Oh, it's hiding this. That's not what I want. Is it this? Nope. How do you get rid of this? How do you go bye-bye? This? I guess that works. Okay. I could close this too. I don't know. Well, glad this worked. This looks pretty good. This was supposed to be leather, but I didn't do that, so oh well. I'll just have it be cloth. Look pretty pillowy. Okay, let's go back to this, and I want nothing selected. I'm just take a screenshot and prove to myself that this happened. And so that's the full workflow, other than skinning, but from like the art generation thing. And I don't think AAA is any different. You just do it better. But as far as like the workflow though, this is pretty much it. Subpainter 01, whatever. So cool. We don't even need to save this. Okay. There are something happened with the projection here. I feel like I'll sort that out later, but it's something in this, I bet it's something like here. What if I just use cage file? I don't know what a cage file is. Relative to bounding box. Like, I wonder if it should go further or less. So there's that 0.1 meters? No, zero point 0.1 centimeters. So is that, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this number is. For distance ray tracing, it did something funny with that. Average normals, ignore back face triangle. Yeah, definitely. I feel like does this need to be higher? I'm gonna point this at 0.2 and try it again. Nah, it's still fucked up in here. What is that? Oh, is it lower? Okay, that's even worse. So we're gonna do even less. But it's like kind of procedural. We just keep doing it until it works. So what was the default? Like, what if we go like way lower? And I don't know if these are supposed to be different. Oh, that looks better. Oh, that looks, okay, that looks like it fixed some of it, but then, okay, on the sides it's wrecked. So it fixed this, but then not here. That's interesting. But anyway, it's those two numbers. These have to get, they got to get right. And I'm just kind of randomly going for, oh, that looks like it. That looks like it. Perfect. Wow. The color map actually looks good. Okay, so now we have it. Now it's there. This stitch is clean, maybe a little bit more. And then this is fine too. And as we bring the resolution up on the mesh, I think it's going to be even better. Possibly. And then at that point you bust out and you start like doing like, you take a layer and it's like weathered leather, and then you like start weathering the edges or something like that, and you project dirt onto it, or make it dirty, add blood to it, that sort of stuff, like the actual substance painter part. Take another screenshot of this now that I fixed it. But man, that's a long ass workflow to do this. This one. Okay, I don't need this file anymore though. Go away. So that's it. That's how this works. So how long has this been? 340. Okay, so the goal next time, I'm gonna just organize it for the rest, is to generate all the low polys. We should have technically all the high polys. We'll see if that is true. Get them all prepped and ready to go to Substance Painter. I'm just doing very basic Substance Painter stuff like that. I'm not going to project dirt or anything like that now. And have the full low poly cage textured, basically. And then we combine, separate for how they're going to come into Unreal Engine, and then we skin it to the MetaHuman, and that's the whole workflow. Which is not, that last sentence is not trivial though. What's this? High poly bin. Okay, so I'm going to save again. And it's kind of like assemble. We're kind of like high poly assemble again, because the high polys are not separated from the lows. Okay, so this is a little bit of a mind fuck for me to figure this out. So we have base, high poly, and they're combined already. So I guess I'll start committing to this. And then the low polys. So to do this safely, we keep base like this, and I duplicate the entire base and then try to pull out the high polys from this one. Now, where are the rest of my high poly? Wait, so there's this. Okay, so this is the next step. This has two materials. That's not ready to be combined. That has straps on it. This, oh, we never put straps on this. Huh, I feel like there should have been straps. Oh well. These I think are ready. So this now, if I combine these, is the high poly shirt. It's not terrible to separate them because they have materials, but this could still go wrong. But let's open this up. This one is ready. This is the high poly shirt. Combine, freeze transforms, histories. So this is MHW shirt high. That one's good to go. I guess we'll hide them. And then these good to go. So each one of these will come in as a different material ID, which is fine. And some of them are just the same. So it's kind of annoying, but better to have them separated. These are metal. Let's just leave them like that. I'm not going to do anything to them. These are the high poly. How many is this? This is 300,000. We'll see if Maya can export this much at once. Basically mastered it in about 3 weeks. I have the mechanics down, I think. I think mastered it would mean it looks good though in the end. And we haven't skinned it either. But I've sorted out the workflow that I like, given the tools that I have access to and can learn. There's also Houdini, but we're not doing any of that. Combine. Ooh, see, like, that's a lot. That's a lot of poly in there. But we'll freeze these. I don't know if Maya can export these, but we'll see. We're gonna do gloves. Hi. Looks proper. Appreciate that. Okie dokie. What is this? Those are an okay base. Wait, what's up with these? So these aren't ready. These need the straps on them. So again, this, even just prepping these to be retopologized, and then there's still like a bunch more of thinking. So the goal is to end up with all of the high polys merged together properly. So this is my first low poly. And we'll just hide this whole folder. Let's save as at this point. But these are like the ZBrushy sculpty things. The rest are just basically hard surface Maya, which is still viable. And it's like, you know, if you could just do it that way, that would be even easier. You know, the whole ZBrush workflow is quite painful, just technically. And if you were, you know, if you're comfortable in Maya, you can kind of sculpt this stuff. But I kind of can't imagine sculpting this in Maya. It's like, yeah, little tricky. Okay, so we have those high polys. So from the base that I duplicated, I'm going to start pulling out certain things slowly. Gloves, we don't need. We have our sculpted ones. Pants, these low poly ass pants down here, we don't need those. We have the sculpted high poly. We want to leave this with all the high polys. This part of the boot we also have in the high poly. Where'd it go? Here. They're not ready though, but they do exist. CDPR might want your skills for the yeah, no. Okay, so we have those high polys. And what's up with this thing? What's this? Is this the shirt? The shirt we also have. Okay. This is the base head. We can just hide that for now. The body. And so we need to start. It would be good to get the boots all done, right? Let's try to get the boots done. Oh, we have lots of issues in here too. And Substance Painter is going to bring all that up. Okay, the buckles and stuff make this so much more complicated. Like, are they... I don't even know how to get these into Painter. I'm going to figure it out right now, basically, though. So these, we smooth, and smooth. So those are the high polys, like we're done. Now, I wonder if you export them like this, what they come out like, actually. So let me test that. I don't know what happens. Like, if I could just hit 3, that's pretty amazing. And I don't have to like actually convert them. I somewhat doubt that though. So let's see what happens when you export a subdivided one. Nah, that's probably not it. Like, you probably have to actually smooth them. Yeah, never mind. So we have all of these. And they're separate materials. That's what is important. The normals are flipped somewhere crazy. We'll know for sure in Substance Painter. They'll come out black or something like that. So what we want to do is actually smooth all of these at once. Just once is pretty good, but let's try it twice. And that definitely only did it to this selected that one right there. So we gotta do them one at a time. So we're gonna apply these subdivision. Oh no, okay, I did it. 2. How about this one? And if you're a big tryhard, you're gonna like sculpt these, but that's a whole lot of time. And this one's under, so that's the high poly of that. And I'm not gonna sculpt it because I'm gonna use the low poly as the low poly. So I think what we do now is we take all of these. Let's pull the history out. Freeze transform shouldn't matter. There's no transform for this anyway. And so now this boot that's sculpted and these bin smoothed pieces here, each with their own material, which will allow me to select them later if I need to. Oh, the bolts. I forgot about the bolts. There's a bolt in here, right? No, I deleted it. Yeah, good move. Good move. Let me just double check these things. Normals, they look okay, but they were like inverted somewhere. Man, normals would have pain in the ass. Oh, it's such a big file. Gonna crash. Let's display polygon normals. Okay, so this looks fine. This, like, would you not even have normals? Oh no, are they inverted? What the fuck is this? They're in there. They're inverted. They're inverted here, but the thing is shaded correctly. So the hell. So I think there's like another invert normal thing somewhere. So hold on, let me find it. Where are you? Oh, no. No, that's mesh display. Wait. Lock normals. Here they are. Set to face. That sounds pretty good. Oh, hell no, never mind. It is a display thing, huh? Reverse. Now, what are the options for reverse normal? I gotta stick that right there. We use this a lot. Oh, it's here rather. Selected faces. Selected face of the next extract. Reverse normal. Reverse the damn normal. So I reverse the normal, and then this thing shaded crazy. So then possibly what you need to do after this is set to face. Ah, I see. I have never had to do that before. So I'm going to add this to the shelf. We're going to go reverse, set to face. There they are. These are things I do. Uh-oh. This one like that in this order. I could probably use a divider. Like normals is like kind of slightly different than modeling. Okay, so that was a thing. I don't know what that is, but anyway, the normals are on that, and this kept flipping, and I couldn't figure out how to fix that. So they're fixed now. That's a very long save, and we'll drop a smooth on this situation because yeah, it'll look cool in the final. That's gonna be plenty. We don't need any more than that for these highs. Okay. Once and again, then. Click, click, click. This. So those are the boots, boot high poly, and hold up. So the question is, what are these straps doing? Like, are the straps part of the boots? They are. So at this point, I need to start considering how I'm going to skin this and how it's going to come into Unreal Engine. So they're all hulled completely separately, and I forgot the bolts. And we'll turn off display normals in this, like here. Wham, polygon. Oh, you do it like per mesh or something? Wow, that's intense. It's fuzzy. I think I combine these all together. And then when I do the low polys, I also combine those together for going to painters. Like prepping for going to painters is different than rigging, obviously. But I think that I haven't done this before. Like this, like usually like all the outfits I've made are just like one big ass piece. There's not like accessories strapped to it. So this is the part I'm trying to sort out still. I think we merge these. I think we have to merge these. Or do you do the straps separately? I don't really know, but I can come separate them later. They all have different materials and they're all hulled, so it's okay. Freeze transform history. So these are MHW boots and strap now. High. That I'm gonna need to test. I'm gonna test all of this, obviously. But these have been high polyed, which is a smooth modifier, and there's like some space and stuff, but we'll deal with that. Okay. This piece is the chest lower. So we're just gonna, we're gonna do like an actual subdiv modifier or smooth modifier on it. 2. It seems kind of faceted for some reason, or what? That's smooth enough. That's okay. And then I think do these have different materials? I'm gonna just make them the same material for simplicity. And as long as they have different material, once I put these together, no, actually they're still separated by material. So this and this and this merges all together into one piece. They all have different materials, so I'll be able to select them and assign them in Painter. Oh, the back doesn't, so we gotta fix that. Shit. We're gonna go back. Before we subdivide, we gotta add the right material to the back. Here. Okay, so let's just get this material prepped, or else it becomes quite a project. Oh no, it has thickness, inner thickness. That's fine for the high poly. This is so complicated. Okay, so here we need to select this and assign the materials, or else you have to do it in Substance Painter and it's much harder to do there. And as far as the gating goes, we would technically take this row too, which I'll just for some reason do with tab painting, and this too here. Again, quads versus like trying to take some like ZRM meshed version of this and try to apply this stuff. I don't know, it just seems very hard. Okay, so my materials are a little, I'm gonna lose this selection, aren't I? Crap, I think you lose selection clicking on this thing. Oh no, it's still there, never mind. So I need to, I didn't realize that this was gonna happen, so I need like a strategy for this, but so far this should be okay. Wait, that's the chainmail? What's on the front? That's this, really? Oh, it is, okay. Well, anyway, in Substance Painter, we need to be able to, again, say that this is chainmail, that's leather, and the stitches are stitches. So that happens in the color here, which is pretty nice. But it's funny because in the low poly, it's completely different. So we're gonna have like 100 materials in here by the end of this to do this. This workflow is crazy. Some people do this part in ZBrush. I think that's madness. You like pain and confusion. Smooth. 2 should be fine. We're just gonna smooth out like the low poly cage, which we haven't made yet. Do these need to smooth on them? I mean, I guess we could. It's just if we hit the polygon limit, essentially. They're prepped for, I think they're prepped for, yeah, they are. They're prepped for smoothing. This is a lot of pieces of, we'll just do 1. Because I don't want them faceted in the bake anyway. And then smooth again, just 1. Okay. So we could have done this in ZBrush too, and then you would have sculpted on it, which we definitely could have sculpted things into it. I just did for time, didn't want to do it. But that's pretty much what we did. So, okay, so here's the thing. This upper body is kind of crazy because, like, in a way, this whole thing is 1. So am I merging those all together? Is there anything gained by doing that? That's going to make skinning a nightmare, but you don't skin the high poly, you skin the low poly. Why am I merging these? Do I merge these together? I am going to, I am. I'm going to merge these together. And maybe the belt too. Does the belt go? I don't know. I'm going to merge this for sure. I don't know why. It just seems like I should. I can always get them back out. Merge, history, transform. This is MHW, just lower body, high. So basically, we made this entire thing in Maya, basically. That never went to ZBrush. That's the high poly. Let's do the belt, this lower belt. This thing's kind of awful. Smooth. I'm just going to do 1. I think, did I do 2 for these? I hope I didn't do 2 subdivisions for this. The 1's plenty. So that's pretty simple. So this is all 1 object. I don't think I want separate control of that. That should be fine. So this gets all merged into 1 a little bit. I think I had anticipated doing this in ZBrush, so we're just going to accept that. That'll be okay. We'll merge this all together. So we'll do merge history transform. And this is MHW belt waist high. Huh. Yeah, I've never done this many details. MHW. So that's the high poly now. Merge together, merge together, merge together, and merge together. So that's kind of nice. And so this piece, I'm going to merge the chest and the two straps. And I think I'm going to do the shoulder pads. It doesn't really matter, does it? I can merge all these together and just call that the upper body. And then when I make the low poly, they would just need to be all together. And then if I do that for the rigging, I don't really know. I don't know. I'm going to merge them all together, basically. See how it goes. This whole piece. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out. I can't see it in my head. Smooth. We'll do 2 up here. And yeah, just do smooth 2 for everybody. Smooth 2. And smooth 2. And I thought I was going to ZBrush this, so the placement's kind of awful, but smooth 1 for that should be fine. Same for this too. I can just like hit G, I guess. G, G, G. We're really committing that these will all be the same exact leather, but I guess that's probably for simplicity of time. Fine anyway. This one, we'll just delete it. It's cute to have it in there, but you don't see it. G, 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 G. Hopefully we wouldn't like double one of them, but it actually doesn't matter at this phase. Okay, so the whole upper body, upper part is smoothed out. So it's this, it's everything else basically, but I'll try to select it cleanly. I can definitely see the straps being their own selection or object, but I don't think there's a reason that this couldn't happen. It's just about how I merge it. The low poly just needs to be merged and named the same way. So let's do the straps separately. Let's do this again. Let's do these big pieces here. Wait a minute. So what's going to happen is as I bring these in, the only bake to each other. Like, I don't really use ambient occlusion, but there's something to be said about how this gets put together. It's like, do I want this one to affect that one? Because it's over it. I don't, because it's going to like bake a shadow into it. So we actually need to do these completely separately. I think the shoulder needs to be its own piece as far as baking goes. These are separate because they kind of move and they need to be baked individually. So this is a separate mesh. And I think this chest piece and all the straps could be one because they don't ever like come off from each other. But this is its own thing. So this one is MHW armor shoulder high. This one is MHW armor upper arm high. And then all of these, if they all baked together and like say like the back of this is black basically in the AO, that's fine because you'll never see under it. And then just mentally, it's just nice to have like just less pieces to deal with. Not that that should really be like the deciding factor of it, but something I'm thinking about right now. And then these are all like chest upper. So it's all chest stuff, all straps, and straps. Yeah, I think that's okay. There's probably a world where this wants to be a different color. So I'll do that right now. Like this strap should pop. And these might want to be different too, but definitely this one. Because if they're right on top of each other and they're the same exact material, maybe you don't see it. So like I took the time to model it. It's just, let's just throw like a quick material on it. We use no, Lambert's default. Lambert, we'll say belt upper. The name doesn't matter. It's actually just the color. So we shouldn't use generics. We should just try to like if I pick colors this way, there's almost no way you can have the same color again. So I'll make it brownish like it is, but it'll be like a lighter brown like that. So belt upper will be this. Upper, assign material is selected, and that one too. Okay. So in Painter, I can then change this color, whereas these will all be the same. So once again, and all the metals are the same now. And if it doesn't work, I can just come back in here and separate them and do whatever makes sense. We'll see. I think that's it. Okay, so I'll combine these, combine history transform and MHW armor chest high with the straps on it. So that's the high poly now. Now what are these? We have some stuff that has history on it still. What is this? Those are just nodes. We have to be careful though. Doesn't look like we lost anything. The body, I don't really even need anymore at this point to go to Painter. Yeah, so that's the high poly with crazy ass materials on it from ZBrush. So now this is one piece, upper, lower, belt, all one piece, shoulder, upper arm, shirt, gloves, lower body, pants. So we need to make low poly versions of all of these. Then I already did the pants kind of. All pretty easy, hand not so easy. But everything else is fairly straightforward and can basically be, I saved the bases. They can basically be, I can take these and just strip out edges, and those are the low poly. And that's probably how I'm going to approach it for now. Maybe start beveling a little bit. Versus like quad drawing all of them. We have kind of like the underlying. Like this one, it's done. The belts and straps, they're all done. We just strip out polys. The ones that need like full retopo are maybe this, the chest. The chest might need to have a little bit of a thought. We want to strip out thickness because these are what gets rigged. So we'll a lot of it's already done. We're just going to start to like rip out edges, delete the backs of the ones that aren't two-sided. And full retopos are probably, the glove is a full retopo, and the boots are probably a full. This is pretty good actually. I think we can start from here. So that's why I saved these base meshes, because they're pretty close to the low end, the low topos, and they're placed perfectly already, right? So versus like quad drawing the entire thing. So I wish the high poly looked better in Maya, so I could take a screenshot of it. But that's the high poly just with awful ZBrush materials applied to it. But the full workflow is working now. What time is it? Yeah, 4. I'm all done. So tomorrow I'll generate hopefully the entire low poly topology that will go to that will be rigged to the skeleton and the final topology for the game. And then we'll bake it in Painter. That just should be one day. I don't have that many materials on this guy. I should check if my chainmail material works, actually. And then texturing and modeling is done. Took like a week or whatever. A little more maybe. And then however many days of rigging this will take. And it might take iterations too. Like I'll do like a quick shitty rig, do a mocap test in it, and maybe come back and clean up what will be the problems here, without an extra bone here, this area. This should be fine. I'm actually kind of fine on that. And that should be fine too. It's going to end up copying weight paints from the toes most likely into the boot, but you just flood it out and put it back to the toe, and then you do a quad selection and then you smooth out in there with this thing. It works out pretty fine. Did a couple tests already. And yeah, I mean, like with like another, like if you had another week, you would sculpt every single piece of this, right? Like little like leather scratches and whatever. Ding up, take each one of these. They're perfectly smooth and like kind of, sculpt them up like they're banged up metal, and like every single thing gets touched in high poly. But everything that's like normally shaded, I basically decided I was like, hey, it's good enough, and it'll still. Oh, I wanted stitches up there, but whatever. I could just draw them in Substance Painter or like in Photoshop, to be honest. After that's all they are. They're not even in the normal map, barely. And yeah, it's kind of like and I never did the swords or the strap ever, but it's more about getting this thing done than having it like be a perfect Witcher. And it's still just a base. I can come back and add that stuff on top of it, and it's just another skeletal mesh that I rig onto it afterwards. Would be okay. Rigging it's going to be kind of a thing. Rigging that this I didn't do it because like rigging this strap I know is a problem. It's even a problem in the Witcher 3 game itself, because it's not like a cloth simulation, so it looks really bad actually. So I'm gonna just not do it, and it's more like general Witcher stuff. So I'm gonna save this. I got pretty far. High poly's done. That's nice, I think. Low poly tomorrow, and painting, Substance Painter, and then rigging until it's done. I want to check. I downloaded. I'll do that. I have some other stuff that I have downloaded for Substance Painter, like some chainmail. I'll test it out tomorrow probably. Okay, I'll be back later. Peace.